before you. But could you please state your name for the record, Mr. King?
My name is Arnold King.
And the rest of your folks that are at the table, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Josephia Elijah, one attorney for Mr. King.
Edward Birkin.
Margaret Burnham, representing Mr. King.
Very good. Mr. King, my name is Mark Conrad. I'm the chairman of the parole board. I know that microphone does not do much, and like I said, we only have one microphone up there, but if you could speak into it as best as possible, we want to keep everything on the record, and there might be some people that are here supporters or otherwise that will be in the overflow room, so we want to make sure that everybody can hear what is being stated on the record today. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So, let me explain this commutation process as follows. First, sir, we'll have you or anybody else that's going to give her. We'll have you or anybody else that's going to give her. We'll have you or anybody else that's going to give her. We'll have you or anybody else that's going to give her. We'll have you or anybody. And because we're trying to start on time, Mr. King, just to advise you, there might be some people that will be coming in from time to time, okay? Mm-hmm. But we're going to try to expedite this as best as possible. I know that you've been before the board before, but let me explain the commutation process as follows. There's a first stage, Mr. King. The first stage of the we will, after the board reviews this particular case, we will make a recommendation to the governor. Please be advised that the hearing today is both audio and videotaped. The second stage of this goes to the governor's office. A report will be recommended, and then will be forwarded to the governor's office, as the governor will consider the petition for the executive clemency. Third stage, the Governor's Council. Your petition will then be forwarded to the Governor's Council for its recommendation. That's if the board moves this on to that process. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. So let me introduce to you the Sitting Massachusetts Parole Board. As I said, my name is Mark Conrad. I'm the chairman of the Parole Board. To my immediate right is Board Member Cochin.
Good morning.
Good morning. To Mrs. Cochin's immediate right is Board Member Merrigan.
Good morning.
To Mr. Merrigan's immediate right is Board Member Michael.
Hello, sir.
Hello. My immediate left is Board Member Lombardini.
Good morning, sir.
Mrs. Lombardini's immediate left is Board Member Munoz.
Good morning.
And to Mrs. Munoz's immediate left is Board Member Chia.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay, so sir, we will begin the hearing process as follows. And I would just say to you and your attorneys, I understand that you have a whole lot of supporters. But let's be cognizant of the time commitment. I'm sure that there are, as I can see in the crowd, there are a lot of people that are here to support you and certainly are going to say some wonderful things about you. I know this because I was a part of the hearing, this clemency process before, commutation process before, some 3 years ago. So we would like to tell all the people that come before us, if we can expedite this as expeditiously as possible, would be great. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So with that, if you or your attorneys have an opening statement.
Good morning, advisory board members. Thank you for this opportunity for Mr. King to be heard before you on his petition for commutation. I also want to thank the board for its unanimous vote in 2007 in support of Mr. King's petition. And I also, of course, on behalf of Mr. King and his attorneys, want to thank the hundreds of supporters who have remained consistent, I should say, in their support for Mr. King over the many years. And of course, we want to thank the many who came out today, who took time out of their busy schedules to express their support in person to Mr. King. I also want to acknowledge, before I go any further, the presence of family of Mr. John Labanaro and express our sympathies, condolences, and acknowledgement of the family's loss. I'd like to preface my remarks by saying that I appeared before this advisory board on two prior occasions on behalf of Mr. King in 2004 and 2007, and both those times he had overwhelming community support, people from all walks of life, as the chairman has acknowledged. And to their credit and to Mr. King's credit, they have remained supportive of him over the years. And unfortunately for many people incarcerated, they start off with having lots of family and community support, and over the years that kind of wanes. Mr. King is in exactly the opposite positions. Every time I come to this hearing with him, there's more people. We can't fit them in the overflow room. In fact, we have to discourage people from even driving out here because there's really no place for them to be. So that certainly speaks to the community's support of him. In preparation for today's hearing, I reviewed over 300 recent letters and expressions of support of commutation of Mr. King's sentence, which again supports my statement that Mr. King is only continuing to elevate in the community's outcry for his release. An amazing accomplishment in and of itself. Since 1972, some 38 years ago, Mr. King has been incarcerated. He was 19 years old at the time, and still he maintains strong support. The governor's guidelines issued in May of 2007 provide that the grant of executive clemency is primarily intended to release thereby often associated with the criminal record or sentence, thereby facilitating the reintegration of the petitioner into the community of the law-abiding. Executive clemency is only to be granted in rare and exceptional circumstances, as we all know. And of course, the petitioner bears the burden of demonstrating by clear and convincing evidence that rare and exceptional circumstances exist. Through our presentation today, we intend to meet that burden. We must and we will demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence that Arnold King has made exceptional strides in self-development and self-improvement and would be a law-abiding citizen. We will demonstrate this through Mr. King's own statements in response to your questions, the testimony of his witnesses, and materials that we have and will submit. I beg the board's indulgence. I believe you're already aware that one of our witnesses, Professor Charles Ogletree, who's here with us today, has another obligation later on today, so we are going to request your permission, which I believe has been granted, for his testimony to be taken out of order. In 2007, Mr. King met the burden of establishing that he had made exceptional strides in self-development and self-improvement when the board unanimously recommended his commutation to the governor. So what has changed since 2007? Well, as we all know, unfortunately, Governor Patrick did not act on that recommendation. But what we also know is that Mr. King has remained incarcerated for 3 more years. What has not changed is that Mr. King remains totally committed to the ideals and principles that he shared with you back in 2007 and has continued to do his good work on the inside with so many inmates who need his counsel and guidance, and also continue to work with young people who continue to come in to the prison for visits and hopefully turn their lives around away from wayward intentions that they may have. And last but not least, what else has changed? All of us have a few more gray hairs or a few less hairs. And Mr. King has had no disciplinary reports since that time. He has waited patiently ever since his first petition, filed back in 1987, some 23 years ago, in the hopes of convincing at some point the advisory board and the governor and the governor's council to grant his request for release. Mr. King has made exceptional strides, as you know, in education, programming, outreach work, counseling, and developing others. How many youth counselors do I meet daily in the district courts of the Commonwealth as I practice and defend defendants who were themselves counseled and nurtured by Mr. King? We are all painfully aware of the recent heartbreaking and senseless murders that occurred in Mattapan that remind us desperately of how Mr. King's talents and skills are needed on the streets to stem the wave of violence that is drowning our communities. The young man who remains on life support is one of the people that Mr. King counseled at Bay State some years ago. With that, I'll conclude my remarks so that Mr. King can give his opening statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and to the members of this honorable advisory board, I thank you for granting me another opportunity to present documents and testimony which should address a fundamental question. Can Arnie return to our community and continue to serve in the best interests of humanity? Excuse me. I will be 58 in December, and have been in prison since the age of 18 for a senseless and horrible crime of first-degree murder. I am responsible for the death of John Labonaire in October 1971, which occurred during a series of mistakes on my part. In the midst of a drinking and drug binge, I mistakenly thought Mr. Labonaire was a drug dealer, but he was not a drug dealer, and he didn't have any drugs. There was no excuse for my behavior then, and there can be no justifiable explanation now. I should not have been drinking alcohol and consuming drugs. I should not have been in Boston to purchase more drugs. I should not have been in the car on Newberry Street and then exited the vehicle. I should not have taken the gun from my friend and crossed the street to Mr. Labonaire's car. I should not have pointed the gun through the car window, and I certainly should not have fired the gun as he drove away. I was so wrong then. And as we know, clarity comes in time and degrees. I was ashamed to be responsible for such devastation to the Labonaire family and causing pain and disappointment to my own family and friends. In both 2002 and the most recent hearing in 2007, I was able to offer direct amends to the family and friends of John Labonaire. I want to extend my heartfelt apology again this morning for my reckless behavior 39 years ago, which resulted in his death. I'm truly sorry, and I hope this hearing will honor his life and ease the painful memory of this tragic loss. I'm willing to assist in any capacity to erase the burden and suffering that I caused. Please believe my offer has been constant, genuine, and authentic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would like to call on Charles Ogletree as a witness at this time. I'm going to get out of my space, and Professor Ogletree can sit right here.
Very good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak first before I have to leave for other commitments at the law school. And I will absolutely be under 3 minutes. I want to submit both my statement today, which I hope you all have, as well as ask that you will embrace the testimony that I gave in October 2007, which is in the record. I want to say a couple things that are not in the statement. First, I am a graduate of Stanford University and Harvard Law School. I've been teaching at Harvard for 25 years now. And as I thought about this parole hearing, it reminded me of destiny. Arnie King doesn't even know it. He and I were born the same month, 1952 in December. As he was going to jail in October, I was finishing my first month as a student at Stanford in 1971. The irony of all of this is that I find our destinies join. I'm here today because people make mistakes, tragic mistakes. And we have to figure out how to weigh that in terms of how to weigh their life. I have never seen anyone transform their life the way he has in the more than 30 years of service in prisons. And it's not just what he's doing inside the prison, it's what he's done outside, transforming the lives of people who have listened to him and followed his good judgment and leadership and what he's been able to do. Finally, as I said in my statement, said before, I don't come at this easy. As many of you know, my sister was a police officer. She was murdered in 1982. That crime has never been solved. Her 3-year-old son was there by her side when she was killed. And my mother and father passed away without ever seeing or knowing who was responsible. Yet we all had this common bond that we hurt, we grieved, but we are for forgiving people. And particularly when you look at the teenager who committed a horrible crime in 1971, and the adult who, like me, turned 58 in December, what his life has done is transformative. Guilty. Probably the hardest decision the parole board ever has to make. A person who's guilty, who's committed a crime, who's acknowledged it, who's in prison. Can you see another way? And I hope that when you hear the testimony today, for those in this room and those who are watching, when you look at this exhaustive record, there are hundreds of pages, in fact now thousands of pages of documents. I think just as you determined in 2007 when it was a different board, this is a man who is exemplary of what prison should do and often does not do, and I would say systematically does not do, rehabilitate and change people. It doesn't do that. It has done it in this case. And I hope when you weigh all the evidence and all the testimony that you will see how Arnie King is not the 19-year-old from October 1971, and I'm not the 19-year-old from October 1971. We have been transformed. We are in some sense joined, and I hope that you'll see in him not a Harvard professor, not a theoretician, but someone who can serve our society in a valuable way outside, just as he served our society in a very valuable way inside. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So does that conclude your opening statement at this point?
It does.
Okay, very good. Okay. So, as you know, Mr. King, as the chairman of the parole board, I come here with a happy heart. I think Professor Ogletree said it best, you get joined in so many different ways in the connection. I was affected personally by what happened in Mattapan Square. I'm a deacon at Morning Star Baptist Church. I was at the funeral services, and Mattapan is my community. And the reason why I'm saying that, just to start this off, because you brought it up, and I'm glad your attorney brought it up. Because then I think, after all the cameras move away, there's still left tragedy. There's, a parent without their child. There's relatives that won't see that individual anymore. There are people that are affected that have no real connection with this individual. Mr. Labanara. Now, thinking about him. Young man, promising career, went out to celebrate best time of his life, just found out his results of the bar exam, was going out to celebrate. Had his whole life ahead of him. He gets violently struck down by a person at that particular time probably wasn't leading the best of life. True. And probably didn't care too much about life. Seemingly thinking about what transpired in Mattapan Square. And it's gotten this attention, national attention, and so on and so forth. But like I said, as I was alluding to, the lights go away, the cameras go away. Today starts the beginning of that long and tragic feeling of being a victim. And no matter who is brought to justice, that family is still without that person, like the Labanara family. I think Professor Ogletree and your attorney said it well. You, however, and I'm going to go over some of the things that I saw that transpired in your early years in prison, continue to misbehave and misrepresent yourself while you were in prison, your early formative years. And that could be due to a lot of things. The prison system was difficult by any stretch of your imagination. I'm sure that you being young and being 17 had a lot to do with it. You still living the criminal lifestyle still probably had a lot to do with it. But still, there was still criminality in your system. Labanara family still goes on, still living your life, still that loss is there. You start changing your life. You start rehabilitating yourself. You start getting educated. Within the prison, you start getting support. Not only within the prison, you start doing some of the right things that people hope, like Professor Ogletree said, we hope to see people do while they're in the prison system. But still, you're convicted of a first-degree murder. Labanara family, still without a loss. Still with a loss in your family. And it's just interesting because I thought of this driving on my way to this hearing today. That some 35, some 40 years from now, how it has victimized the community. It's traumatized right now. But as I said, the lights go away. They have to reckon with that. So I'm making a statement to come to a conclusion. And seeing that this commutation hearing, and I'm a person that keeps things in perspective historically in terms of the city of Boston and what this really represents to you to get a commutation, sir. And as it's been said, the person who's exceptional. So, of course, I'm sure that you've heard this question before, but why, oh why, should we give you an opportunity, sir, to have your sentence commuted? And still, as I said, the life that you took, a young, promising career, was snuffed out. Did not have the opportunity, sir, to have a family, a child, more celebrations, more victories, more disappointments. Why you?
Mr. Chairman, I weigh in on that question on a regular basis because every day I have to deal with the fact that I took a life. A life, as you referred to, that was promising. He had a lot going on. He was going to be the said he was the potential of him being a great attorney, community person. I took that right. And in spite of that, I continued, as you alluded to, when I went in Walpole, I continued to live a life that was not healthy. I continued to use drugs and alcohol because that's what was there. That's what I saw there. Fortunately, there was people who were examples, and it gave me some hope that I could change, that I could be a better person. I didn't change with this in mind, with this hearing in mind. I changed because other people provided me with a little hope and gave me some leadership that I was seeking. Those people were inside the prison as well as outside the prison who would come in. They were volunteers, they were community leaders. And there were people inside the prison who, one moment, I got high with them, and then weeks later they said they're not getting high anymore. And I was wondering, how could he make that transition? How could he make that transformation just like that? And why? And I began to understand through his example and through that other person's example that I could be a better person, a better human being, even if I had to spend the rest of my life in prison. That wasn't my intention because, as you know, I exhausted my appeals. It wasn't my intention to serve forever in prison because I continue to try to pursue through the courts a new trial, a reduced verdict. That didn't happen. I was not successful. This is the only option left for me, the commutation petition. Why me? Why not me? Why can I apply? If the petition, if the policy is available, to meet the guidelines, and I can serve, as my statement was read, in the best interest of the community out there. Why not me?
Well, I thought about this. Had a little time to think about this myself. Well, it's not that, Mr. King, and before I go and say the things that I'm getting ready to say, remember, I represent the Commonwealth, and I represent people that are not here to speak on their behalf. So when I say the things that I say, be careful about when you ask me a question, an open-ended question. And so I will start by saying this. There have been people that I've seen since I've been the chairman and since I've been on this board that have gone through prison without one single blemish on their career being in an institution. Not one disciplinary board. Not acting out, not misbehaving, not doing drugs, not continuing the criminalistic misbehavior and mischievousness. Haven't done nothing but been positive and been a positive influence while they've been in prison. So, if you say, why not you? Why not them? Now, granted, you have people that are here that most people that are doing well in the community don't get half the attention. You're a person in prison that has done some amazing things. I'm giving you credit for that. But there again, like I said, without the lights, without the attention of a cause, Mr. King's cause, there are other people that are much more deserving than you, that come before here and sit without an audience, without any hoopla, and they deserve an opportunity. And I'm sure you probably know some of them. So be careful when you ask those open-ended questions. Why not you?
I was trying to respond to your question only because I know people who have done marvelous things in prison, as you said. And I wish them the best. My petition is here because I've done some work, not only internally, but I've also done some external work, and that will continue. I typically don't put banners up about me. I tend not to, if I write an article, it's not so much to broadcast what I'm doing. It's difficult for me to engage in discussion to my own horn. It's very difficult. So my struggle is one that I work on myself and I let my actions speak as opposed to me having a voice about how great I am, because I don't think I'm all that great. And to be honest with you, because I still work on stuff on a regular basis.
Mr. King, and I understand this is a process, and certainly I don't want you to think that by me saying what I said, it is about you needing to toot your own horn here. You have to convince, a 7-member panel board for this to go any further, and there's more new members here as well. So still, to some degree, and I understand that. The question really that I have is, I remember the first hearing I had, and one of the questions that I asked, and I'll ask again, if Arnold King, and you've done some amazing things, and I'm sure I'm going to hear it again, and of course I've read through a lot of the materials, and you have, if you had an opportunity to get your sentence commuted, and then you were finally released, the thing that we see in terms of the board, we see 3 people that are doing second-degree life hearings. Every Tuesday we see 3 people that are coming up for second-degree life hearings. And then there are those that receive parole. And then those folks sometimes revocate. They have, the family, they have the support, they have everything in place, they have the job waiting for them, they have all these things working for them because they've done everything to really demonstrate while they've been institutionalized, they've done everything to rehabilitate themselves. But they still revocate. Now, I know that if that's a possibility, not everybody's going to be holding your hand when you get out of prison. So how would you keep from going back to the lifestyle that you led before and not getting yourself falling back into your old ways and your old habits of what you did before, sir?
My plan is to continue doing what I'm doing today. In terms of drugs and alcohol, I have meetings every day. Every day. The work that I'm involved with, the community work with you, with my peers, it's a daily job. Volunteer, but nonetheless it's work. And that continues. That's going to continue. Hopefully it's going to be some compensation, and other benefits as well. And that's what keeps me on that path. Being able to not only help myself, but to help another person. That's something that I wasn't doing when I was going astray. That wasn't, even though I grew up in a family where we participated in community projects. I grew up in a family where we cared about our community and each other. but I went astray. From that modeling that I received from my family and from my community, I went astray. And during those few years, basically, we're talking about those teenage years. During those few years, I created a lot of havoc in several states. And so, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that teenage killer. I don't want to resort back to that lifestyle. And I won't.
You know, Mr. King, like I said, if I had a crystal ball, I'm sure that, I'd probably be a billionaire, but that's not the point. The point is, I've had these discussions before with people with great intentions, saying all the same things that you've said, and that for years have kind of demonstrated that while they've been incarcerated. But, the world is a funny place when you get freedom. There's so many traps and so many, there's so much stress out there. There really is.
Yeah.
And, for every person that has said that they're going to take up the cause that comes before me, I would be a gazillionaire. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be still having these murders on the street.
Right.
Those same people that have come before me and profess, I'm going to take up the cause, I'm going to do everything that I can to speak to these young kids, then why is it that we're still having the crimes that we're having, like we just spoke about in Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury? I mean, not saying taking anything away from you taking up your small piece, sir, and affecting so many lives. I know you have. But I'm just saying, I've heard this before. So, this is a tough situation, Mr. King.
Sure.
There's nothing easy about this. So if you had your opportunity to go out, what would be your lifestyle like? Give me what it would be like, to some degree. Where would you live? What would you do? That sort of thing. Give me your idea of being paroled in a constructive way.
Well, I would reside in the Boston area.
Mm-hmm.
I would be involved with an educational project, whether it be an advanced graduate program or a PhD, probably whatever's financially applicable for my situation, if I can get loans and grants. I would be involved with, my work would entail working hopefully in a setting, an educational or counseling setting. And I would be involved in volunteer work. Volunteer work would be with programs that I'm associated with now. I have events that go on, monthly events in different parts of the neighborhoods, and I would hope to continue that.
What about your AA counseling or mental health counseling? Being in prison, I'm sure to some degree, is like post-traumatic stress syndrome. You finally get out, get on your own, you wake up, you're like, wow, I'm really out. I would have nightmares, chills, thinking about still being locked up if I probably woke up and realized that I was actually free. I mean, and understanding you've been incarcerated how long now?
39 years.
39 years, almost 40 years. Do you think you need counseling?
Yes. And I certainly would connect, as I'm connected now, with programs that offer that, particularly around with churches. As you know, in churches, there's groups that provide that. United Souls is one example. There's a program at Reverend Dickinson's church. There's activities that I would be involved with that would help me with that support. So the transition is not going to be done alone because I need help. And now the difference is, as I grow up, as I become more mature, as I work through the issues that I'm confronted with, I know how to ask for help. I'm not always as forthcoming in doing so because, I've always been one who has tried to do it. The pride, the male pride that says I can do it myself.
Yeah, pride comes before the fall.
Yes, but, the important thing is that I know there's resources available. I know the people who are there. I have contact with them. And it's much easier today to ask for help because of that connection.
Okay. So I remember last time, and you haven't mentioned it as of yet, but you said something about starting something for, and you tell me, that I know, sir, certainly you can't bring back a life. Mr. Lavenar is dead. His family is still going through the grieving process some 4 years later.
Yes.
But you talked about giving back in some form or fashion. Are you still going to continue on with that thought process? I mean, I know that you mentioned this before. Has that plan changed?
That plan hasn't changed, but there's no way I can put something in place without their willingness to allow it.
I understand that.
I can't even approach it.
Right.
And I know that it's difficult. That it's difficult for them to see me as a good person. But I think on another level, other than here, in time, through associations with other people, just maybe, that could happen.
Well, sir, I mean, quite honestly, there are some people that never get over that. I mean, if you were to kill a relative of mine, and I'm a person of faith, and I truly believe this, and I say this in an open forum, I hope and I pray that I will be able to get over it. So, that's difficult. That's difficult in itself, so I'm going to approach that. I'm not going to take too much more questions. I might have a couple other questions for you, but I really need the other board members to get involved, specifically the ones that have not seen you before. I'm going to start with Mr. Achia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. King.
Good morning.
As the chairman indicated, I had, obviously this is the first time you're here before me. I've done the board now since January. Familiar with your case. Familiar with the circumstances surrounding the crime. Familiar with your prior petitions for commutation. And I'm familiar with the prior votes with respect to those petitions. And I've poured over the documents, the letters of support, the letters in opposition, given this a lot of thought. We see, as you well know, and the chairman indicated, we see 12 people a month that are imprisoned, incarcerated for murder. Some of those people, their crimes are not dissimilar to your crime. And we have to make that tough call with every single person that's before us. ask you comment, and then I have some questions for you. I'm going to start with people that I think rightly so. I'm going to start with the voices in opposition and the family members of Mr. Lavanera. What do you say to those folks, Mr. King, that say a life sentence is a life sentence? That someone that receives a first-degree life sentence from the courts merits just that, a sentence for the natural-born life. We don't have the death penalty in Massachusetts. Some people feel that you've been given clemency by the fact that you're here and you're doing well and you've had an opportunity to grow in prison and to educate yourself and to do all the good things that you've done. But that Mr. Lavanera was never given that opportunity. That there are people that say that while you're given a life sentence, you actually sit before the board today, and as you have before on other occasions, and there's actually an opportunity for you to not only continue doing the good things you're doing, but there's actually an opportunity for you to someday possibly walk out that door and be among society again. That the person who's actually really serving the life sentence is Mr. Lavanera and his family, actually a death sentence, if you will. Those folks that say that you were on parole for 2 days before you committed this crime, that feel, and I'm just, by the way, paraphrasing from comments that I've received in opposition.
I understand.
Okay. That feel that justice was served, in essence. Now, there are folks that say, 30 years, I don't think that anyone in this room is going to argue that 38 years is a long time. I think we all understand that 38 years is a lifetime. On the flip side, the folks would say, but that's exactly what you were given. You were given life in jail. You should do life in jail. I am cognizant of all the work that you've done. I recognize all the support that I've poured through all the letters, and I've seen the work you've done. So, my questions to you are, because you see people are before the board that are in a similar position as yourself and asked to either be paroled or commuted, in your case it's commutation, but to be paroled basically after committing murder. We've seen people that have gone to prison and have done remarkable things also and have changed their lives and have grown because they were kids when they committed these crimes and have never once received a disciplinary report. Maybe not in for 38 years, but, in for quite a bit of time and never had a disciplinary report. I also understand that those disciplinary reports have waned and that you've not had any incidents for a while now, and that your work, the work you've done, overshadow the disciplinary issues. Given the work you've done, the disciplinary issues in prison, what do you say to the voices of opposition that say all those things that I mentioned earlier? That, why not a life sentence for the life that you took?
I first just want to say how truly sorry I am to have committed this crime. It shouldn't have happened. responsible, and I'm not saying because I was young or because I was under the influence or because, things went really well for me at that particular time in my life that's any excuse. I'm not using any of that. I'm saying that I'm responsible and that I'm truly sorry. And I would like that to be echoed throughout. So when the voice of opposition raise an issue around this matter, that they'll hear that first and foremost. I'm not to be granted the commute, to have this petition be successful, does not relieve me of any burden. I'm still the person responsible for taking another human being's life. I may be able to go to another facility, like a minimum or a pre-release or whatever, and eventually get out. That may happen if this board votes favorably and the process continues. But I'm still that person, and I'm still dealing with the fact that I took a person's life. I killed another human being. And that's not going to disappear regardless of where I end up in life. I'm going to still be that person. I'm hopefully going to continue to be a better person. But that's still going to be my weight to carry. That's going to be my experience. And I can't change that experience. And in fact, what I've tried to do is share that experience with other people. People who may or may not be leading into a path that they could find themselves in a situation where they could commit a horrible crime or be a part of a similar situation. So I'm trying to share my experience, not avoid it or not diminish it at all. And that will continue. It's not easy to talk to a person, a new person, someone you just meet for the first time, like I'm meeting you for the first time, and say that I'm responsible for taking someone's life. But I gotta do it. It's not easy. So, you say, oh, you're looking good, get a little exercise and get some education. The reality is that when I talk to someone, when I meet someone new, I have to relive what I did. And that's why it doesn't go away. And I'm not saying that in a way to make you feel some way towards me. I'm just letting you know that I carry the weight of what I created, the turmoil I created in another family's life, as well as my own every day. And that's the message that should echo, as opposed to me getting a break, as you're going to alluded to. I want to be a better person. And so I come here trying to be as honest as I can and open with you and with the other board members. But I also am aware of the fact that there's opposition to my being released. And the opposition, I understand my fear. And there's some way that I make amends. I'm willing to do that. If there's some way to perform or to act in a way that will at least bring them a little peace, then I'm willing to do that. Now, I said that in 2002, and I said it as well. I said it every hearing, but people were present in 2002 and 2007. And I'm saying it today. And I'll say it again and again and again.
And I in no way judge your sincerity. I take you at your word as far as your sincerity and the way you present yourself. Obviously, you know that there may be a different issue for the members of Mr. Labanera's family. I can't speak for anyone as to what their level of forgiveness is or how they deal with the tragedy. Everyone deals with it differently. I'm going to have my other board members ask questions. I have just one last question, and that is, obviously this is not a parole hearing. This is a commutation hearing. So that's still, as you indicated, another step down the road. In thinking about the case, you had an opportunity back then to possibly plea out the case, and that may have obviated all this. You may have been out a long time ago if you had played out the second degree. Did you realize that?
Excuse me. At that time, I wasn't, before the trial, I was never offered a plea bargain deal. I don't know what's in the record, but when I was represented by Attorney Bill Owens, to my recollection, there was never any offer.
Okay. And because it's not a parole hearing, there is an avenue for you to commute the sentence, and that's the work that you've done, as opposed to whether or not the sentence is more severe than other sentences, because some people may think, no, the sentence is not more severe than other sentences. That in and of itself, but there's another avenue that's based primarily, I think everyone here knows that's based primarily on your improvement and your transformation while you've been incarcerated. I think that's what the focus is. Not to speak for other people, but at least for me that seems to be the focus, because that's the one avenue that I see that's divided. I have no favor for your communication, but I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Munoz?
Yes, good morning, Mr. King. I've had an opportunity to review your file. I'm aware of what's there. I see why you're coming before us in terms of your accomplishments, particularly educational, the support that you've managed to garner. Obviously, there's a lot of goodwill that you've generated, obviously through your qualities, through your character. And there's only, and I say this because, I feel it's my duty to bring up your disciplinary history, because it nags on me. There is something there about your disciplinary history that I think if it wasn't for the fact that you've had some number of, I think it's over 50 in your history of incarceration, and it's gotten dramatically better over the years, and certainly not since your last appearance before the board, which I was really grateful to see. I was glad to see that. But on and off, you've continued with some disciplinary issues, and the two prior in 05 and 06 at your last hearing involved disciplinary reports, nonviolent, and certainly, who could blame someone for trying to communicate and be in contact with people that they've met in groups, which is what those disciplinary reports involved. I just, for me, it's about what it says about you as an individual and why did those even occur. Can you please speak to me about those disciplinary reports?
Yes. I think the one that you're referring to was a birthday card to a minister, Reverend Renee. It was a birthday. She was supposed to come to a meeting, program meeting.
Was that in 05 or 06? Because there were two of them in two different years. I can talk about that particular incident where there was a card that people signed that participated in the group. She did not show. That you initiated. You initiated that process of having people sign the card for us?
Not necessarily. It was a group conscious, group effort. And she did not attend. She was not present. So I took it upon myself to send it to the church, her church, as opposed to not knowing when she was going to come around again. I sent it to the church, or at least attempted to send it to the church, and it was addressed to the church. And it was retrieved through the mailing process. I was questioned. I said yes. That was me. You tried to send it. My return address was on it, on the envelope. So, and I think I received a sanction of not being able to participate in programs for several months.
And now, after hearing more of the details, I believe that was the July of 06 disciplinary report, which, here's my concern. It's not so much, it's not an awful thing, what you did. It just nags on me that the year before you had gotten a disciplinary report for something similar. Correct? And that disciplinary report talks about how you had been directed not to on previous occasion. It was fine. You kind of forced the correction officer's hand. Is my concern. You knew you weren't supposed to be doing that. Is that correct?
Right. I knew I shouldn't have sent that card. But I figured, I would try to justify it by saying, well, it's not to her, it's going to her church, if you understand. And, but I was wrong. And I said I was wrong when asked about it. And so, that's, in terms of being able to accept responsibility, or being able to take responsibility, certainly when I was approached, there was no way that I couldn't wiggle. I had to own up to it, that I was responsible for sending that to the mail. As you may know, through the records, that I'm very active in programs, and I have a lot of interaction with program volunteers and people in programs. And yes, I have had occasion to venture outside the lines. And I'm getting much better at staying between the lines. if you will.
And I'm assuming that's what you referred to earlier, that you're working on yourself, and you recognize that that's. I mean, it's not a major deficiency, but as you stated, you were whittling your way. Is that what you said? You were trying to find the loophole. You've got 3 attorneys with you. They would describe it as trying to find the loophole in what was a rule in prison. And certainly the opportunity to go out in society is all about rules, whether it's at work, whether it's well, I mean, there's too many for me to name. So, what? I'm glad to see that you're working on yourself, but it's got to be a sustained growth process. You can't give yourself that option of what was that word again? Whittling out.
Okay.
You can't give yourself that opportunity. The taking of Mr. Labanera's life was a cruel and heartless act.
Sure.
To be convinced that you've changed into an honest, sincere, charitable human being, it involves humility. It involves following the rules that everybody else has to follow. And as I said, I mean, it's not major, but I think you want to certainly take a look at what that says about.
I think I have.
Yeah.
And I've looked at it, and I've looked at it over the years. I just haven't started looking at it. I've looked at it for an extended period of time, and certainly I don't enjoy having those disciplinary records as large. I don't like the fact that those reports are as numerous as they are. But there was a time when reports were issued probably as often as people received mail. They received e-reports. And so I received my share, if you will. But I don't intend to receive any more. I got enough. And so it's a matter of me being able to put together, as you say, a string of years without receiving D reports, regardless of how trivial or lightweight they may seem, for me not to put myself in jeopardy and allow myself to go outside the lines, because it's my responsibility. I'm not, however the D reports evolve, and, some are dismissed, some are not even issued, there's a lot of things going on with that. But I'm just saying that I have a responsibility to myself and to my family and to my refrain from any activity that may result, that has the possibility of getting or receiving a D report. And I think that I've been able to do that. And I just hope that I will be able to continue.
Well, it's certainly gone in the right direction. Very, very encouraging. You had a period between 1990 and 1997 where there were no disciplinary reports issued. Do you remember that period in your life?
Yes, that was when I first went to Bay State. I went there in 91. And from Norfolk, I was transferred from Bay State, from Norfolk to Bay State. Bay State was a new facility for lifers and long-termers.
So what went right there those 7 years? Why were you so successful?
Well, I think that it was new. The facility was new, and prison, there's not that many globes that come in there. And so we pass the globes around.
That was okay. And nobody, I mean, obviously there were no disciplinary reports issued.
Well, but there's a rule that says you can't have anything of value, you can't exchange anything of value. And so I received the report because I had someone else's globe.
I think I saw that sometimes.
That happens.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is that, I received it now.
And you lied, though. You initially tried to lie about it. No?
He asked me, was it mine? And I said, yes. Only because I was possessing it. Not because he thought that I said that it was my subscription. That's what he thought. But I said it's mine because I'm possessing it. Now, everyone's seen the past because it was done in an open space. So he's seen the past. He asked, was it yours? Yeah, it's mine. I got it. And I said to him, if there was anything in here of contraband, it would have been mine.
I saw that you were issued a warning on that one. That was actually a little bit later, but there was a period of time. So what you're saying is that maybe less scrutiny, you didn't get D reports. That's what you attribute the success between 90 and 97.
That was a good period.
It was a good period. I hope less scrutiny doesn't mean that you were getting away with it.
No, that's not what I was saying.
I hope what it reflects, and I hope what you have in mind for yourself moving forward is that it reflects that you were doing your best to comply with whatever was expected of you, and that you were following rules, and that's what your intention is. That it's not about you, that it's people live within context, they live within social context, they live within communities, and you have to cooperate.
You have to behave.
Well, you do. That's the only area, Mr. King, that I don't. It's hard for me to put the word compelling to it. So, and I'm going to leave it at that because I know we have a lot more here, and we'll see what your support has to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Ms. Lombardini.
Mr. King, I saw you before, so I have no questions for you. The one thing I would like to say to you is that if this proceeds favorably for you through the governor, we're going to see you again for the parole hearing. And the one thing that I'd like you to concentrate on, and I don't want an answer today because I think it's going to take a long time to think about, is how are you going to be able to come out of jail after 40 years, going in as a teenager, and with 100 or the support. And I am well aware of the 100 or hundreds of people you have, but the bottom line is you're going to need a very secure way to exit a jail. So, like I say, I don't want an answer. This deserves thought. You may get this, you may not, but down the road, that's the only thing I'm going to ask you to look at. Okay,
How to be released after 40 years?
Yeah, for those of you that heard me in here before, it's like the same old dance. ATM cards, pumping your own gas. There's all these little things that turn out to be grand things. That turn out to be anxiety-provoking things. And you really need to be pretty much taken by the hand. And that's okay. But I'd like you to make a plan. Because right now, you're functioning at a very high level within the prison. And then the prison walls leave and the whole world changes for you. So I just want you to think about what type of support and guidance you'd need if you were to win a commutation and then ultimately win a parole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lombardini. Ms. Gocci?
Yes, Mr. King, this is the third time that you've been before me
Yes.
and the board, and so after reviewing everything and listening to what's already been said, I have no questions for you at this time, but I will anticipate listening to your supporters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kosher. Mr. Merrigan?
Yes, Mr. King. We've seen each other 3 times now. I've had several opportunities to ask you questions during the last 2 hearings, and the questions that I've had have been answered in the past, so I have none today for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Merrigan. Mr. Michael?
Good morning to you, sir. I have not had a chance to meet you before, speak with you before, so I'll just ask you a couple of questions. My fellow board members have already covered a lot of the ground that I hope to inquire about. Let's just ask you a few questions. I noticed in your appellate materials that there was a time, and you referenced this yourself in your opening statement, when you actively sought to challenge your conviction. And one of the bases for that was your sense the jury, the composition of the jury was problematic. And I want to ask you, do you feel like you received a fair trial here, and do you feel like the outcome of the trial was fair?
I feel like I was tried and convicted, and I had a chance to appeal, and so I'm comfortable with the conviction. In terms of the issues on my appeal,
I'll ask you to address those. I guess you've answered my question. So you feel like, based on your conduct, that you received a fair trial, and the result of the trial was a fair result.
I'm satisfied with the process.
Okay. All right. I guess, sort of along those lines, and Mr. Archia hinted at this a little bit. One thing that is an issue here, I think, that we have to grapple with is this question of finality. One of the things that the law promises in certain situations is a sense of finality about things, that once the court has spoken, and once the jury has spoken, that, there's a certain comfort to the family of the victim, for example, the community. When there's a sense of finality about things, you were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. You were spared the death penalty, which was at least still on the books and enforced in Massachusetts at that time. I think that for us to consider disrupting that kind of finality and the impact that'll have on all the folks affected by your actions, it's something we need to think about carefully. And I guess, how do you think we should factor that into our deliberations, I guess, is my question for you.
Well,
my question for you.
Well, in reference to the 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 appeals, I was told that I couldn't appeal to the courts any longer. There was no longer any viable issues with the courts. So therefore, there was a final appeal. In reference to the commutation petition, that's an option. That's the only option left for me. Now, I think...
Let me just clarify, because I feel like maybe I wasn't clear with my... Let me just clarify, because I feel like maybe I wasn't clear with my question.
Okay.
Life in, and then the resulting sentence was quite a final one. Life in prison without possibility of parole. Of course, you had your appellate rights and so forth. And,
sure.
And now you've had a number of opportunities at the commutation process. To the extent that finality is a valuable virtue, that the community and that folks are valuable virtue, that the community and that folks are valuable virtue, that the community and that folks affected by crime benefit from that. I guess what I'm asking you is, in our deliberations, to what extent should we be concerned about what we're doing in terms of disrupting that sense of finality that folks associated with the case have, sort of knowing where you stand, what your sentence is, have built a life for yourself in prison, probably in part, based on that sense, there's a very real possibility that you will never emerge from the prison walls. So, and for the family, there's a sense of solace that comes from knowing the case is done, concluded, and the result is forevermore. So I guess what I'm asking you, I'm mindful of the fact that you've had several opportunities at the commutation process already. How should we think about this concept of finality when we look at your case yet again and deliberate about your case yet again?
Well, I think the attorney talked earlier about the support's grown, the community services continue to be enlarged, and also there's been nothing adverse in this petition. So I would hope that you would be able to look at this in terms of finality in that respect, as this being an opportunity that's been extended, and hopefully it's going to be the pattern and the process will be in the best interest of the community. I don't want to have to bring people here 3 years from now or whatever. I don't want to have to do that. I would hope.
Let me ask you, what I'm gleaning from what you're saying is that there's a certain sense of this not going away, that there's a growing community support, there are things that you're doing in terms of your work in the prison, that somehow that sense of this thing not going away is enough for us to seriously question and maybe that it counterbalances to some degree this other value of finality that we have to kind of that is out there. That is some.
I mean, there are standards that are in place. There are guidelines, as you are aware of.
Sure.
And in the past, this board has said, at least a portion of some of them, and then the last one was unanimous, that I meet these guidelines. So I would hope that you would consider that also, and that you would not think in terms of will you ever have to stop doing this? Because I think that's the question you're asking me. Will you ever stop coming before us, asking us to change the sentence, to commute the sentence?
Really, just to be clear, I don't want you to have a misapprehension. I'm not saying anything to suggest that you should cease availing yourself of all of your legal rights. All I'm sort of was asking you, and I think you've given me the best answer that you can, maybe the best answer that there is, how do we weigh the value of finality, the value that it has to the family, the value that was embodied in the sentence that you received, the value that it has for the community? How do we weigh that against your exercise of the rights that you've described? So I think, let me just, I guess, move on, and you sort of provided a segue for me, and this is the last question that I have. What should I make of the community support here, I guess, is my question. This is a broad question. I'll make it a little more specific for you. I mean, to my way of thinking, this is actually a very personal kind of interaction that the board here really wants to see you, hear what you have to say, think about what you've done, but overlaid on that in this situation, in this particular case, there is this, enormous, and as you say, growing outpouring of community support. And, I have great respect for the folks that you brought in. I was a student at Harvard Law School and had the benefit of the intelligence and wisdom of Professor Ogletree, and I have great respect for him. I have great respect for a number of folks in this room. And, but I guess my question is, what to make of that? And the chairman, made a point which which really struck me, and it was something that I was thinking about as I was coming in today for the hearing. All the folks who, as he says, obey the law, toil in anonymity, work in the community, and they don't have Professor Charles Ogletree or any of the other distinguished people that are in the room today in support of you that are giving them attaboys and pats on the back. And I guess I'm just sort of wondering, two things. One, how does this kind of support creep to someone like you, and what am I to make of that? Obviously, it means something. It says something about you. It says something about your situation. It says something about the community's view of your case. And I'm just trying to grapple with how do I factor that in? Because again, this is generally a fairly personal experience. We're often sitting in the room alone with with an inmate when we're thinking about the question of parole, and really we're focusing on that person. But here there's this whole, sort of extrinsic element to it, and I just want, if you could kind of help me understand what I should do with that data point, or those data points.
Well, first of all, I'm humbled by the support. It's overwhelming to me. Whether it be Professor Ogletree, or whether it be a youth program counselor or a teacher, I'm humbled because it amazes me when people say good things and put their life on the line and sign on the dotted line about supporting me. It amazes me. And I'm pleased, no doubt, that it happens and it can happen. But it's just, it's mind-boggling, it's boggling sometimes.
Why you?
Why me?
We see folks that come in here that have done wonderful things, that have stayed out of trouble, that don't have 57D reports, and they're humble folks. Why you? How does it happen that this support comes to you, clings to you, and grows over time? And what should I, as a board member, make of that?
Well, sir, as I said earlier, it's not easy for me to talk about myself, but they can answer that better than me. Why me? I just do, what I do, and I hope that I'm doing the best I can do as I work, as I try to become a better person, and as people come in contact with me, if they want to present themselves and say something good, I'm pleased. I'm overwhelmed, but I'm pleased.
Well, it makes me worry a little bit too, because and Board Member Lombardini touched on this. It's easy sometimes to do good works and to keep your your focus and your eyes on the prize when you got Professor Ogletree patting on the back and saying that's a good job, or job well done.
Right.
The folks that are out there that only have themselves to drive them forward,
right,
and only have themselves for the for the self-esteem that comes from that kind of work. So my fear is that when, as the chairman said, when the lights go away, these folks drift back to their. If you were to get the opportunity to be have your sentence commuted and then ultimately receive a parole, would you be able to do it without the public dimension to your work that your work receives now?
Mm-hmm.
And what impact does it have on a person to have these kinds of people behind them? Does it create a kind of narcissism, a kind of hubris about them? And I see some of that in the D reports. A lot of D reports for insolence, not obeying rules. Dr. Munoz talked about the idea that you knew that it was against the rules, but you did it anyway. A sense of entitlement, and does that entitlement come from this massive outpouring of support from celebrated personages? And is that something that we need to be mindful of when we think about you as a candidate for release? So,
if I could, I just want to add something to that. Through my effort, I've come in contact with different people. Like, for example, my attorney here. And I met her sons through the program, one of the programs at Bay Station. Now, that bond with her son and her came about through a program. And I say that because, it changed me, the program changed me, but it also changed the path of the son. And so, for her to now want to work closely with me, it's the changes of life that we involve ourselves in. This attorney here, I met in 73. Later he had a son. I met his son, his wife. So there's a connection there that goes back and that has grown over the years. So because of our interaction. I'm not trying to be someone's pen pal. I'm just trying to do some work for the better of myself and hopefully provide a service.
Okay. All right, well, that's a helpful way to think about it. All right, well, listen, thank you very much for being so thoughtful today and forthright with us. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. At that, Mr. King, if you would like to have your supporters at this time, if you could have a seat with the correctional officers, we'll open it up for public testimony. And do we have this in any particular order?
We do, Mr. Conrad, and my responsibility to call the witnesses up, and I will do that. Starting with Gloria Fox, I'm going to feel it to Roy who is in the meeting. If not, also Mel King, please. Mel can come up. Thank you.
Clock's up in my mouth. And if you could, for the record, could you state your name and your relationship to Mr. King?
I'm State Representative Gloria Fox, and I represent the 7th Suffolk District. I've been here many, many times in support of commutation for Mr. Arnie King. I represent Roxbury, a part of Mission Hill, part of the Fenway, and a part of Audubon Circle in the city of Boston. I have been actively working as an advocate for rights, human rights first, and then prison rights for many, many years since the 70s, and have been in and out of institutions working with a number of groups since that time. I met Arnie King at I'd say for the last 15 years or so. I've worked in support of commutation for Arnie King because I believe that he's a changed man, quite simply. And basically, I believe in redemption, I believe in transformation, and I believe that it's always a constant work in progress for almost any human being. But I've seen the change in Arnie King and respect that change, and it's a change, a positive change, and a change that is and will be of benefit to the community that I serve in, that I work in, and I live in. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a new great-grandmother. So I work with young people all the time. I have a very, very active office where I deal with a number of lost one, young adults as interns and as volunteers. I lost one this year. And so I have constantly worked on issues around the removal of guns and drugs off of the streets of the city of Boston and in my particular neighborhood where I live in Roxbury. I've been an active street worker for many, many years and have actively participated in crime watches and all of that. I say that, all of that to say And I saw you the other night at the funeral. I've been to too many of those as well. I mean, yesterday morning, I think it was. I've been to too many of those, and I've been to so many meetings where we've had to bring together community workers and other folks that have been involved in the community to just say no more. And it takes more than just saying no more to literally clean up the streets and to provide the backup and support that young people need so they won't make the mistakes that we've seen made over and over again. For those reasons, I'm back again in support of Arnie King. I do believe that he would be an asset as an organizer and community worker and volunteer, not only at church groups, and we have many church groups that are here today that have been involved in a number of issues around anti-violence and peace, and they're going to be coming forward and speaking as well. I'm just happy to have an opportunity once again to come before this fairly new board, partially, but to come before this board and plead the case for Arnie King and his commutation. And I would hope that we would have the benefit of a unanimous vote as we had at least once before, and hopefully the process will continue. We're following all of the guidelines, the governor's guidelines. That will be talked about, I'm sure. And this is a part of it. The fact that we're allowed to come in and plead the case before you as folks from the community, no matter what our titles might be, we're folk from the community first off. And I thank you very, very much for allowing me to take a few minutes and to come before you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Mel King. I live at 4 Yarmouth Street in the city of Boston. I'm a retired emeritus from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I currently run the Southland Technology Center at Tent City. I've been a youth worker for 60 of my 82 soon years, and it is initially in that capacity that I did get to meet Arnie King. One of the programs that people that we used had to do with a thing called Scared Straight, and it's interesting that just a few days ago in a meeting with some folks around some of the issues, a couple of them said that one of the things that turned them around from the kind of behavior was seeing that film and participating in that kind of activity. And I mention that because over the time, particularly when there were furloughs and I was able to have someone like Arnie come and talk to folks, we were able to see the kind of ways in which the youth in particular changed. And so that's part of the reason why I'm here, because he does have a record of making a difference in people's perception of what's possible and what they have to do. As I came through the door downstairs and looked at the faces, and as I look around at the faces, I said, am I the only one that's happy to be here? Do other people see the joy in this moment? And what is the joy? The fact is that we have an individual that has changed, and that is a message that people do have the capacity to change. And sometimes I wonder if people who are skeptical because they don't believe they can change themselves. And I know if you don't believe you change yourself, you can't believe anybody else can change. So I'm saying, well, gee, here's somebody who has
This is a model that we ought to be letting people know about so that they have a sense that change is possible, desirable, and is going to make a difference, not just to the individual, but to a community. I think one of the issues that I see here is very, very disheartening to have come before, get the guideline, unanimous decision from his board, and then to have the governor send it back, turn it down. And the governor didn't even talk to Professor Ogletree and others about, well, what is going on? And it seemed to me that the issue has to do with revenge. And I said, well, what's the point of having this body? If you can say yes and one person can say no. And that's the system. Where is it? We focus on what issues and what values and what is the process that really means that people have real belief in the system. One person says no, and that's the end of it. From that, one person can say no. I don't understand what you do. What's the value in your work? If you can come and say that there's an approval, we've sworn it unanimously, and then one person says no. I don't understand that aspect of it, and as long as this is the way things are going to operate and function, if there isn't the courage of a conviction to say that we do have a society and a culture where there is forgiveness, society and a culture where we believe that people can change. I don't know, but the model we have is revenge. That's the model we have, revenge. When does that change? When do we have the kind of courage to do that and to stand up for it? So, yeah, I'm happy to be here because I believe that we have a process that has the potential for bringing out the best in us. But it seems to me that we like to be operating in a way that says we bring out the beast in us instead of trying to come up with a model that says that we believe in change and that we want our youth, we want a community, we want a world where that is possible. All around the world, we see the results of revenge. All around the world. And 911. An interesting thing about 911 was the difference between some of the folks who lost there, who said bombing other people is not the answer. And from those who didn't, yet we got a war on that basis from that. So, we have a person who's changed. Question as to why people are here. I'm one who was pleased to come, happy. I thought this would be a joyful moment, principally because epitomized what we need to see in this world is epitomized by Arnie and his change and behavior, and that if we can't stand for that, I don't know what we can stand for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're available for questions.
Any questions?
I have no questions.
Seeing none, thank you.
Mr. Dickerson and Reverend Dr. Hammond, if he has made it. If somebody passed me a note, I think a representative. Oh, okay. You're here, good. That was
Good morning. I'm William Dickerson. I'm the pastor of Greater Love Tabernacle Church in Dorchester, church that I founded 21 years ago. Over 30 years, I've been doing prison ministry, and I realize that a lot of people come before boards for commutation or for parole hearings. I like to say that from the outset that I can't stay too much longer because I have to go and be at Nashville Street Prison at 1 o'clock. Arnie King, I believe, is an example of what some might call the model prisoner. And I know many of you might say, what? We talked about these reports. I'm glad you were thinking that. Because I realized after I spoke with some of the correction officers, I was surprised to hear of some of the past D reports. But also I'm very cognizant in working with prisoners for a long time how easy it is to get a D report and how even to my estimation how bogus they can be at times. As a pastor, I'm often asked to come before the parole board, and unfortunately I can't acquiesce to requests of many people who ask me for their support because not everyone who has committed a crime is repentant. However, Arnie King is not the average inmate because he is, I believe he's committed to make a difference in his speech. As you look at him and his sincerity and the work that he does in terms of writing and reaching out to young people, those things are commendable. But I realize that he doesn't play games with those things as a way to try to get people on his side. I think that there's genuine sincerity coming from it. Arnie has proven that he's remorse for the tragic incident in 1971, and I believe that people who have paid their debts to society, where I believe he has, should be often given the opportunity for commutation. Now, I hope this parole board can, sense his repentance, his remorse, and his hard work, that it means something more than just bringing people together to create some type of movement, but that it is some redemptive qualities in terms of the work that he has done. Now, I have a personal stake in that people who are really on the inside that have done time, and I believe they can speak into the lives of some of the young people in ways that I can't, or ways that they might not receive me. I've never done time. I've never had a criminal record. And it's sad to say, in some cases within the urban environment, that people think that it's so incredulous. And my son is 31 years old, and he never been arrested, never had a criminal record. And people say, some of the guys in the communities, that don't know him, just like they can't believe it. The reason why I say that this thing is personal, because I want to see guys like Arnie be able to speak into lives of some of those guys who are just hardened and who think that at 30 years old is old. They call 30-year-old guys, he's an OG, 30 years old. I had a kid tell me one time, he was 22 years old, Rev, I love the way you do funerals, man. You really bring it. When I die, I want you to do my funeral. And he was 22 years old, and at the time I was about 48. And so it's needless to say, it's a sad situation that we're dealing with. Now, I have a heart of compassion towards the family who had to suffer this loss, because about 5 years ago, and my nephew was murdered. And in a few years, I may have to be in the same situation, trying to see whether or not his murderer will
be let free. And I thought about it, because I may have to stand in the place of my sister-in-law who's passed away, and my brother, his health has failed me. But I realized that I would not allow him to have the power over me to not forgive him. And I've already forgiven him, and I told him the day that he was sentenced that I forgave him because I had to make that statement. And so I realized that it is a painful thing to lose a loved one. But I do also, I'm very cognizant that there are redemptive values in society that we need to learn how to forgive and how to move forward and how to connect with people who've lost hope. And I think that anybody who's spent any time in the prison system could look at a person who's been there for 39 years and see some of the remorsefulness and the willingness to help others is remarkable, because I couldn't fathom being in prison for one day. But I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions towards me, I'm willing to answer your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. No.
My apologies, too, that I will have to slip out a little bit earlier. I had a slight emergency. A water pipe let go in my home, and trusting that when I get back, my basement will not be floating. So I do want to take an opportunity to thank you for the effort, for this chance just to talk to you again. And allow me just to read these comments. Dear Chairman Conrad and all the members of this board, 3 years ago it was my privilege to join my voices to those supporting the commutation of the sentence of Arnold King. I'm here again to express my wholehearted support for that commutation. I would first reiterate what I said in 2007. I've been a pastor for 23 years and have been working with high-risk youth for more than 18 years. I continue to admire Arnie for his courage in admitting his guilt and expressing his remorse repeatedly and publicly, developing himself and earning a master's degree, and working to make a real difference in the lives of young people so that they would not make the same mistake he made. I particularly appreciate his commitment to inspiring young people toward the right choices and not simply scaring them away from the wrong choices, but making the turnaround in his own life a testimony to the power of making those right choices. Through the 10-Point Coalition of my church, I, along with many others, am very much committed to helping former inmates find housing, employment, and opportunities to serve the communities to which they've returned. In Arnie's case, I particularly look forward to the possibility of helping him to do outside of prison walls more of what he has done so well behind those walls. He clearly has the academic skills and fortitude to become a licensed counselor and to offer the kind of individual and group care that so many young people and adults need. And every time they become discouraged about the prospects for change, they have sitting with them someone whose life story affirms that change is absolutely possible. Many people will offer testimony today to the effectiveness of Arnie's work, including my daughter, the director of the Project Hip Hop. In our conversations, she has alluded to the powerful impact of Arnie's stories and writing on the high-risk young people with whom she works. I only wish that we had more opportunities for court-involved and gang-involved young women and men to hear from and meet with Arnie. We really need the voice and presence of Arnie King. 39 years ago, a young man rejected the upbringing his parents had given him, listened to the siren call of the streets, committing a terrible crime. He took the life of an innocent man, Joseph Labanaro. In a scenario that is far too tragic and far too common, that young man was rightfully incarcerated for life. Over a 39-year period, Arnie has had to deal with that young man. His anger, his denial, his pride, and his shame. He's had to live with the pain that he has caused a family who lost their husband and father, as well as the pain of his own family who lost their son to the streets even before that tragic day 39 years ago. Arnie can't bring back the life of his victim, Mr. Labanaro, no matter what he says or does. But he has done what I believe are the best things he can do. First, with personal commitment and lots of support, to rest that angry young killer.
my hope, and in the place of that killer, there is now a man committed to and successful in saving lives. My hope, my prayer, is that you will allow that other man to serve this Commonwealth and my community, reaching out to and touching other angry young men or women before they commit the terrible crime another angry young man committed 39 years ago. And I ask this not because Arnie is a celebrity case, but because in Arnie I see a colleague and a comrade in the task of making God's world and my community a better place to live. I continue to believe that 39 years that have passed since his offense, the responsibility that he's accepted for his past mistakes, and the work that he has done on himself and for others, make him an eminently suitable candidate for commutation and parole. And for that reason, I would implore you to grant his request for commutation. And I thank you for your kind consideration of that request. Thank you. Thank you.
We called Eva Clark, Lynn Levy, Fran Rosnowski, please. And if I could get you, when you testify, to make sure that you got the microphone in front of you so we pick up for everybody what you're saying. Please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the parole board. I'm a little under the weather today, and I'm going to have to leave after I testify. You can probably hear it in my voice. But nothing short of catastrophic illness or death could prevent me from being here today and supporting Arnie. I first met Arnie a couple of years ago, and it was at the direction of Gloria Fox. She told me that I should meet this Arnie King. And so I went out and I met Arnie, and I talked with him, and what a wonderful experience. Since that time, I've talked with him on numerous occasions. In fact, we talk usually about 2 or 3 times a week. And I went out there hoping to give Arnie some hope, hoping to inspire him. But what I came away with was hope. I came away with inspiration. He inspired me. He gave me hope. He looked at and wanted to know about how I was feeling. So it was a very, very good experience. In my experience working and talking with Arnie. I think you have my letter, and in my letter, specifically, I am prepared to offer Arnie a space in our office at the Judge Banks Community Justice Program, where he can do his practicum for his drug counseling credit hours in order to receive Massachusetts certification. I also have enlisted the help of Carol Wilson, who is a primary clinician at the Moss Elliott Health Center, who will oversee Arnie's practicum. I have a call into Gilbert White, who is with the Department of Public Health, who will give me the information that I need to make sure that Arnie receives his credit hours. Other people have offered to oversee his practicum also, and one in particular is Leah Randolph, who's with Pyramid Builders. someone said, you're not going to have anyone to hold your hand, Arnie. I'm here to say that I want to hold his hand. I want to help him in the same way, a similar way that he's helped me. It was because of Arnie that I took in an ex-offender, an ex-con, who did 37 years behind bars. And he is now my right hand. And that was Leonard Lacey. I kept a slot open for him for, I think it was 4 or 5 months. But Arnie told me, Leonard Lacey is the one you need. He was right. Because Leonard Lacey does things that I am not capable of doing. He's not afraid to go walk up to a group of gangbangers and introduce himself. I can point them out to him, but I don't feel comfortable walking up to them and talking to them. He does. He now heads up our Speaker Mental Prevention Intervention Project, which goes into a DYS facility every month and talks to kids who are locked up. He walks through the Bromley Heath housing development, sometimes on Saturdays or Sundays, whenever he feels like it. He's enjoying every minute of his freedom, and he's giving back to the community. This is just part of what Arnie King has done for me personally and for the Judge Banks Community Justice Program. I am indeed willing to be my brother's keeper. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Clark, for somebody that's not feeling well, you sure belted that out.
Thank you. Members of the board, Chairman Conrad, my name is Lynn Levy. I am the founder and the executive director of SPAN Incorporated. As you already know, I'm sure, we provide individual group services to men and women who are being released from incarceration, and we have been in existence since 1976. I met Arnold King in 1976. Arnold King is one of the 5 people that I've supported for commutation or a release on a life sentence. I was in front of the board not long ago representing another individual who I believe very strongly in. I had a little speech planned, and I'm going to change it up a little bit because I think that especially Mr. Michael put something on the table that makes it really difficult for me not to address this. My belief is, as the child of Holocaust survivors, if we witness horror, we can't survive without the belief in redemption. If we've experienced the inconceivable, we can't survive without believing in redemption. My family suffered as a result of millions of people who took it upon themselves to make the determination that other people did not have the right to live. I believe, and I have committed my life, as has my family, and my work, to the reality of redemption. I know how long it took for my family members who survived the Holocaust to believe that they could someday conquer their rage, that they could conquer the fury that they felt as a result of the losses they survived and losses in their family. I am not a religious person. I'm a person of faith, and I'm a spiritual person. And I believe redemption comes through action. I pledge my assistance in the name of those who have been victims, including the family of survivors who sits behind me to my left, that we will continue the work that we do at SPAN with individuals that we believe
have the power to overcome the lapse in what it means to be human and humane. I will be one of the people who will hold Arnie King's hand. My agency will hold Arnie King's hand. We will commit in our belief in redemption and restoration and in witness that these horrors can't continue and that the people who are best suited to address that are people who have suffered. As a result, I can say to you that coming out of prison after 39 years is not an easy task. We have created a Holocaust of our own, and we're requiring individuals to take responsibility for things over which they have had absolutely no control once they become locked up. What folks do have control over is what they did to go to prison in the first place, how they chose to serve their time, and what they're choosing to do when they're released. And for many people, most of the people that we serve, there is no Charles Ogletree. There is no Sophia Elijah. There are 5 or 6 people who have made a commitment to follow through in the trenches to assist folks who have no hope any other way. So what I would urge the board to do is take into consideration that surviving 39 years in prison as one step is a step in the right direction. Surviving it with honor and surviving it with a commitment to serve other people is a piece and a step in redemption. There are going to be lapses, there are going to be confusions, there are going to be challenges that Arnie will experience when he walks through the mirage of barriers that he is going to have to overcome to survive and to grow and to continue to do his work in the community. We will be available to him to assist him in that process. I have great faith that he will be able to overcome those, and that when he sees a lapse, when he feels a lapse, when he feels the anger, when he feels the things that human beings feel when they walk out of a penitentiary, we'll be available to provide the assistance to him to walk through that as well. So thank you, and I hope you consider him favorably.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Fran-Wisnowski, and I'm a colleague of Arnie King's through being a former volunteer in Massachusetts prisons. I've known Arnie since 1979 when we both participated in community development, a program at MCI Walpole. Later we served on several boards, including Keep in Touch, Family Awareness, and Nuestra Familia at Norfolk Prison. More recently, I've attended several of the monthly events with a prison focus spearheaded by Arnie at the Community Church of Boston that included lectures, discussions, films, poetry readings, and art. And if Arnie is released, I am joining Lynn and Eve. They'll be holding his hand, and I, along with many others, are going to have his back. Prison is a hard place for anybody to evolve, but Arnie is an exception. We're all aware that he was convicted of killing John Laverna at age 18, robbing John of his life and causing extreme pain to his family and community. Arnie was then a high school dropout, a drug addict, and a confused young man. He stopped his formal education in the 11th grade. Today, as so many people have said, he is a changed man. He is not the same person who entered prison in 1971. And while he's repentant, he knows he still has a debt to society, a debt he is prepared to pay. For 39 years, he has prepared himself to effect change and contribute in the fields of violence reduction and prevention, counseling, peace, and justice. He has sought opportunities in people who would support his growth, both intellectual and emotional. And you've heard from some of those people recently, and there will be more to follow. Arnie has worked diligently to transform himself using his own personal tragedy as a starting point, and later on taking courses, initiating programs, counseling and guiding youth, among other programs, such as Reach Out, Revamp, Second Thoughts, Caminemos, Through Barbed Wire, and Prison Voices. These days, Arnie works as a teacher in health, violence and hate and AIDS, health and AIDS awareness, and violence and suicide prevention. Given all of this experience, it does not surprise me that Arnie plans, if he gets released, and we are ever so hopeful that this will become a reality, to earn his license in counseling youth or substance abuse. And we have just heard from E that he has offers for practicums. His motivation to embark on this work is his belief and commitment to invest time in prevention as opposed to treatment after the fact, when youth are already involved in troubled behavior. While awaiting trial at the Suffolk County Jail, Arnie earned his GED. Within 7 years, he attained an associate's degree from Massasoit Community College, a bachelor's of liberal studies, and a master's of liberal arts from Boston University. I believe that since the mid-90s, had Pell Grants been available to prisoners as they had been from 1965 to 1994, Arnie would have enrolled in a doctoral program. I know this because Arnie and I had several discussions starting in 1992 when I was pursuing a doctorate in education at the Union Institute, an external degree program. Arnie expressed interest in someday matriculating in doctoral studies in a psychology program with a specialty in adolescence or substance abuse. In preparation for today's hearing, I spoke to Dr. Maggie O'Neill-Arana, the Director of Clinical Training at the Union Institute and now University. She and I discussed the qualifications needed to successfully pursue a doctorate program in psychology, and without hesitation, I can say Arnie has the necessary skills, attitudes, and attributes to qualify as a doctoral candidate. These qualifications are intelligence, check. Self-discipline, check. Internal organization, check. Highly motivated, check. Time management, check. Reading and writing skills, check. And computer skills. Arnie's exceptional strides in self-development were noted back in 1992, 2002, 2004, and in 2007 in the Advisory Board of Pardon summaries of the public hearings on his commutation petitions. I can say unequivocally that Arnie, among those who have been incarcerated, he is in a strong position to go out in the world and make important contributions to our families, communities, and society in general. I'm respectfully asking the Advisory Board of Pardons to grant Mr. Arnold King a commutation and for Governor Patrick to support your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robin Kasarjian, Robert David, and Paul Mark.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I mean.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Robin Kasarjian. I live in Roxbury, Massachusetts. I've known Arnie King in the capacity of prison volunteer for over 15 years. If I might say a few words about myself before going on, I'm founder and director of the Lionheart Foundation, sponsor of the National Emotional Literacy Project for Prisoners and Youth at Risk. The course that I facilitated, where I met Mr. King, was based on an emotional literacy curriculum and book that I wrote for prisoners called Houses of Healing, A Prisoner's Guide to Inner Power and Freedom. There are approximately 90,000 copies of that book in circulation. It's utilized extensively in prisons and jails across the United States. It's highly respected by staff, administration, and inmates in the Mass Department of Corrections and throughout the United States. And I've trained over 2,000 corrections professionals nationwide in this program, most recently in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, where they're integrating this emotional literacy curriculum into their reentry programs. The goal of Houses of Healing program is to increase the emotional literacy and emotional competence of prisoners significantly enough to alter their life course. Some of the hallmarks of emotional literacy, and I say these because this is the work that I focused on for 15 years in the work that Arnie was involved, understanding a greater self-understanding and self-awareness, greater options for dealing effectively with stress and tension, the ability to manage and express emotions in a mature and thoughtful way, greater impulse control, empathy, social skills, and perhaps most importantly at this juncture as well, motivation, persistence, and optimism in the face of setbacks. I met with Arnie on a regular basis for 15 years in the capacity of a facilitator at the Bay State Correctional Center. He participated in a 16-session Houses of Healing course where we met once a week. At the end of those 16 sessions, all the men in the group decided they wanted to continue, and we met once a week for a year. At the end of that year, a subset of that group went on to meet with me once a month for over 10 years. And Arnie was part of that once-a-month group. Arnie chose to continue with the group through to the very end when I stopped volunteering a couple of years ago. He was a core, reliable, contributing member as others came and went. In addition to my contact with Arnie through the support group, it expanded into a 3-phase program called the Growing Together program. Arnie is an active participant in that program till today. In the many years that I was involved with programs, Arnie was a core participant. He served on the board of Growing Together, taking a leadership role that was well received and respected. I was an advisor on the board in its first years, and as an advisor, I brought in many mental health professionals from the greater community to share their skills and expertise on a weekly or a monthly basis. The combination of the Houses of Healing program and Growing Together brought many people into the program, and Arnie has been a committed participant in that all the way along. Some of the issues we looked at were a deep examination of the history and motivations, as well as victim awareness and the critical importance of taking full responsibility for their crimes, of which Arnie faced directly and never skirted full responsibility, and doing this while nurturing emotional and spiritual maturity and dignity. For the 15-plus years that I knew Arnie as part of that program, he demonstrated a total seriousness of purpose. For 15 years, he showed up without fail to this program. And again, I think what was so striking about Arnie was his seriousness of purpose throughout. I've always found Arnie eager to learn and eager to contribute in a positive and inspiring way. The Houses of Healing and Growing Together programs had a life-transforming impact on many men in the programs, and Arnie actively encouraged many inmates who would otherwise have passed by the opportunity to participate in these programs to come into them. Arnie went to prison, as many people have noted, a confused and deeply misguided boy, and in my estimation, grew into a steadfastly thoughtful, industrious, generous, compassionate man. Having personally been the victim of violent crime, I'm intimately aware of the devastation that it leaves in its wake. Having worked directly with prisoners for over 20 years, many of whom have committed murder, I am, however, convinced thoroughly that there are those individuals who truly heal and turn their lives around, so much so that they become a guiding light for others. And I believe that Arnie King is such an individual. Arnie has a deeply caring nature, profound desire to teach others that they can transform ignorance, fear, and adversity into a fertile ground for living a life with integrity and responsibility. I met a young man in another prison who was, after learning that I facilitated groups at Bay State, asked if I knew Arnie. And when I told him that I did, he said that he didn't really know Arnie, but he had had learned a great deal about conducting himself with composure and dignity just by observing Arnie interact with others. I was so impressed with this young man's observation, and although impressed, knowing Arnie, I wasn't surprised to hear this. It has been my observation. Kind, competent. Arnie has matured into a kind, competent, gentle individual, and appears to me done everything possible to take responsibility for his actions and his emotional development. I've worked with hundreds, perhaps thousands of prisoners in the last 20 years, and Arnie really stands as a beacon to me, as somebody who has changed their life and has what it takes to be successful in the greater community, and I really hope that you will give him your vote of confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say to the speakers, has everybody been sworn in?
Yeah, I
have not. You have not? Okay. If you could just raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Very good. Please, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Bob David. I've been a volunteer. I was a volunteer at Bay State from 2000 to 2008, specifically with the Growing Together program, which Arnie has been a strong part of. I've also volunteered at other institutions. I also currently coordinate the Side by Side Community Circle, which is a group that meets weekly in Jamaica Plain. It's for people who have been incarcerated, for people who have loved ones who are currently or formerly incarcerated, people in recovery, and anyone else who wants to participate. So it's been a thriving group for, we're anticipating our 10th year anniversary. Many people have come, it's in Jamaica Plain, as I said. Many people have come out of prison, come through our doors. Some people come, and they come repeatedly. We've had ex-prisoners come who are core group members who've been coming 6, 7, 8 years. There's never any pressure. This talk of holding Arnie's hand, my guess is Arnie will probably come through those doors. I've known Arnie for a while. I trust that being in Boston, he will be part of this community, but there's no pressure. I don't hold people's hands. What we offer is a very welcoming, supportive community that people can avail themselves of if they care to. We've had people who come through and then stumble and disappear for a couple of years or go back to prison, but they come back again because they know we are there and they trust us. So anyway, that's one piece. I've had the good fortune, I think, because of my situation, to have worked with prisoners, lifers, with others. I've volunteered at South Bay for a number of years. So I've worked with people inside and outside. And I've kind of got a certain perspective, as many of us do, I'm sure, on what works for people and what doesn't. And it takes a lot of personal character. It takes support on the outside, family support. It takes a certain maturity. It takes an ability to take responsibility and not be looking to blame outside people and not to be able to claim victimhood constantly. I've seen people, as I said, stumble because they really haven't taken enough responsibility for themselves. They just don't have the skills or the personality or the temperament or the wisdom to make good sense of experience and be able to move forward and to honor things like social contracts, to be able to return phone calls, to be able to show up on time. Those are the things that are necessary to make people successful when they come out of prison. I want to go off on a sidetrack for a second and then come back to Arnie's character. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that the board has brought up. One was the issue of finality. I believe there's only one thing final that we can be sure of, and that's death of the body. We don't even know really what death means. But other than that, everything's open to question. And it requires us to have an open heart. I don't want to forget the Labinara family in this whole process. I know Arnie will never forget them. And I, as a supporter of Arnie, don't want to forget them. But I also hope that they can keep their hearts open, too. As I hope we all can. I think as a compassionate entity on this earth that it's required of us. The second thing is the issue of D reports. I was at a public session several years ago that the DOC commissioner at the time offered. A lot of the deputies were there, and it was openly admitted by the DOC that the whole process of D reports was always skewed. Inmates held all the power, all the authority, that inmates had very little true opportunity to rebut their reports. Now, granted, Arnie King, as a 17-year-old knucklehead thug, came to prison and committed, did something awful. And, it would be insane to expect that someone coming from that place would come into prison and suddenly acquiesce and be humble. So getting some disciplinary reports, having attitude, would have to be expected. I've only known Arnie since 2000, so I can't testify on his behavior previously. But I'm not surprised that he would go through a long period of transition and changing his life around. The fact that the D reports diminished, the fact that the D report that you bring up in 2005 or 2006 was about him sending a birthday card to someone he cared about, on behalf of the rest of the group, and it seemed like this was the right thing to do. I mean, if that's the level of D report we're talking about, then so be it. I mean, it seems a far cry from what may have happened 39 years ago. So, anyway, the 57 D reports, I'm sure some of them were well-earned, some of them may be a little questionable. But it really brings us to his character today. I met with Arnie in the Growing Together program, basically monthly. And what I saw was a man who, as president and leader of Growing Together in the early years I was there, someone who was, the word I want to use is magnanimous. He always seemed to keep a large perspective. I never saw the man get angry. I saw him deal with some difficult issues. I saw him deal with some real disappointment over another inmate that he was close to for many years. This guy did something that he and a few of the others didn't approve of. And it wasn't the kind of disappointment like, I know better. And it was the disappointment as in feeling kind of hurt. He didn't get angry, but he was able to express and show the hurt. Always in discussions and what have you, he's always given as I said, a pretty good, a wider perspective. His own issues, back to the hurt thing, I've seen him deal with the death of a sibling. Other very personal issues that were difficult, that he would process in this group and use the group to his advantage to be able to talk about it and get support and get sympathy. In discussions, he would, as I said, and I keep coming back to this wider perspective and this magnanimous spirit, he would just always be looking to see what was right, what was needed in the situation, and not to let it become a personal thing. I think he's got that leadership quality. Lastly, let me just say that with all the support he has, he's got at least 3 siblings in this room today. He has every reason to succeed. He has every reason to prove himself. Yes, granted, when the lights go out and he's on his own, I'm sure there'll be some fear, and I'm sure he will need some help. And one thing I can also say about Arnie is he doesn't know how to ask for help. Just going off on that a bit, one of the things that I've seen trip up a lot of people who've come out is the big head, the ego. I can do this, I don't need help, they're wrong, I'm right, they don't know what they're talking about. Arnie's not like that. Arnie, the humility is genuine. That's what I've experienced for all this time. And he can ask for help. But just to sum up, I just believe he has every reason in the world to prove all his support and supporters have been right in making that choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Marcus. I'm the Executive Director of Community Change
50-year-old Boston nonprofit that organizes and educates for racial equity. There's a lot going through my head as I've listened to other testimony this morning. One piece I would like to address is I and our organization have supported Arnie for about 10 years. And for me, the fact that he has this support, and I wish everyone who came in this room had this kind of support, is him as an individual, both who he is inside and who he is existentially in the work that he's done. And I think it speaks very highly to the potential that he has to do outside in the community. So for me, I see that as a strong, a real strong piece in this. A number of images have been going through my mind as I've been listening. I think of a young black girl in Louisiana in the 60s facing hundreds of people cursing at her while schools were being, as she was entering into an all-white school, and her, in her mind, forgiving those people and feeling sorry for them. I think of a woman I met in El Salvador who was tortured by the Salvadoran military who forgave her torturers. I think of the restorative justice in indigenous communities and the transformative power of that kind of thinking and what it means. I'm also a person of faith and not a religious person, but I listen to discourse in this country, and I hear a lot of people talking about how this is a quote-unquote Christian country. And yet, I struggle with it because I don't know who Jesus would bomb or Jesus would deport or Jesus would deny health care to. And I look at a justice system that says that people serve their time and they've paid their debt to society, and yet people come out from that system and can't get jobs because of paying that debt and can't get housing and end up back in prison. So what Arnie's life and work means to me is the power of that transformation. And it's something that is an example that needs to be put forward and that we lack in this society. And I don't need to take, I'm going to go back, I have some prepared remarks, and so I'll go back to the middle of it. I don't need to take the time to review all of the amazing accomplishments Mr. King has achieved in his remarkable transformation since being convicted and sentenced. You know this history. You have heard the endless testimony from youth, educators, and politicians about the overwhelmingly positive contributions to society that Mr. King has already made while behind bars, and the overwhelming need for Mr. King to be out of prison making even more of a difference. Mr. King committed a horrible crime, and the life he took can never be replaced. His exemplary story and process of atonement and redemption provide an opportunity for that life not to have been taken in vain. He is a gifted teacher who is called to use his talents and bring his life story and his experience to work with youth, supporting them to make the right choices. His work in the community is needed now more than ever. Not only would the state save thousands of dollars in his prison costs each year by commuting Mr. King's sentence, but the benefit from youth work that he does and would be able to do much more effectively out of prison, preventing further crimes, is immeasurable. I would ask that members of the committee also weigh the possibility of the life or lives that he would save, potentially has to save, over the benefits from keeping him incarcerated. And I thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Paul McGuan, please. Sam Williams is on the list. He was unable to make it. I've asked Mr. McGuan to testify in his place.
Sure. Have both of you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Board and members of the Parole Board.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abigail Forrester, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Arnie King. First, I'd like to recognize the family that I know has suffered by the actions of Arnie King. I'm really here as a product of Arnie King. I entered the prison system at the age of 20 when I first went for a 10-year mandatory sentence in drug trafficking. When I first entered the system, a lot of the challenges that I face within the system, because there wasn't many resources that would provide you with an opportunity that would help you think about the challenges that you face mentally, because really this is about a mindset. You know, even I heard a lot being spoken about today in reference to the issues in Mattapan and what's going on in our urban communities across America, and this is really about a mentality. But I can say it wasn't until I went to Bay State Correctional Institution and I met Arnie King that I started to really look at who I was and what I wanted to achieve in life. And at that time, with the system, you were just thrown in there with no sort of resources. So you were left to fend for yourself. But people like Arnie King always ask me questions like, who do you want to be? Is this what you want your life to be? And when I think about Arnie King, there's three words that come to me at that time when I went to Bay State Correctional Institution. Those three words are hope, a lifeline, and redemption. I never met men, and when I say never met men, meaning that I never come across men who would challenge me to be better and to be the best part of me until I was incarcerated. Most men I met at the age of Arnie King when I was on the street were people who wanted to manipulate me, show me a lifestyle, create anger in me and frustration so that they can manipulate me for their own purpose. It wasn't until I met Arnie King and men like Arnie King, and there are two others that I can think of, that actually were men who would engage the ignorance that existed within me. I want to speak to the family just briefly in regards to Arnie King. I'm a product of Arnie King. I want to say that Arnie King has been giving back ever since the time that I've met him. He's been giving back to men after young men, trying to resolve and actually make good on the apology that he's been making to the family. And I'm a product of that. I've been released 9 years ago from prison. And in that 9 years, I've worked under the sheriff in the House of Correction with an organization called Strive, giving back to ex-offenders, developing training curriculums that Arnie King challenged me when I was incarcerated to produce. I remember Arnie King coming to my cell window when Robin Costigan first came in with the Growing Together program. And I remember him knocking on the window. And I was saying, well, what's this about? He said, let's walk the yard. And he came up to me and he said, listen, you have value. You know, we need you to participate in something. And I said, well, what's this all about? And at that time, to be honest with you, I wasn't even about participating in any programs because I felt like NA couldn't provide me anything. I felt like AA couldn't provide me anything, only because I felt like, again, it wasn't going to address the core problem that I felt that I had and identified, which was I had a value system that was totally warped. And he said, this program, Arnold, is about healing yourself, dealing with your mentality and dealing with emotions. And it was the one program that I participated in that made the world of difference for me. Where today, even as I work I'm currently employed at Street Safe Boston, and I'm working to help support reducing this violence, but I'm also a therapeutic mentor that has acquired my bachelor's degree in psychology and on the way to getting my master's. These are the things that Arnie King enforced and embedded in young men like myself. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm really here to say that I want to thank Arnie King. I'm honored to be in this position, to have an opportunity to be a product of Arnie King and to present myself as such. And I just want to also say that at the end of the day, letting men like Arnie King, giving him an opportunity, is about saving the lives of young men in our community that need to hear from men that are credible in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Peter McGowan. It's not Paul. It's actually no one knew I was coming today. I myself was in prison with Arnie. I was actually released 9 months ago. I did 4 years, 7 months, 13 days for an involuntary manslaughter. So I know what it feels like to take a life. I know what Arnie is capable of. Being in prison with him, like everyone talked about, when the lights go out and the cameras are gone, I was there with him. And Arnie is the same person that he stands in front of you today, as well as the many people that I see in this room as well as downstairs who support. He helped me to realize a lot of things that I had a story to tell to high school students. He got me involved in the Prison Voices program, which I continued when I got out. I talk to different colleges now about consequences and things that can happen. It was only made possible by Arnie. through his connections and stuff. I remember sitting in Prison Voices for Out in 15. Me and Arnie are sitting there talking about when I get out, what I'm going to do and how I can help. Me and him talked about starting a program, Stop the Violence, and being able to have people like me, as well as people like Arnie, when they get out of prison who want to help, to go into high schools, to go into colleges, to go into schools and any setting and talk to students. I just want to say that I'm honored to be here for Arnie, even though he didn't know I was coming. And if there's any questions that you have towards Arnie or about Arnie's character in prison, I'll be glad to answer. I mean, 9 months ago I got out. He lived 3 cells down from me.
I just want to say that I found both of your testimony to be incredibly helpful, so I want to thank you for coming.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. The witness that we had anticipated calling out, Sam Williams, I would direct the board to his testimony in 2007. Mr. Michael, he spoke to pretty much the same issues that these two gentlemen did and was prepared to say that again today. I call Becky Thompson and Paula Verde, please.
My name is Paul Verde. I am a professor primarily of sociology, but very interested in all kinds of things. I'm not a theoretical sociologist, but a field worker. And I have been able to do field work more or less in prison for 20 years. I'm ending my 20th year of teaching in the Boston University program. And I think it has been the best part of my professional life, because in the prison we speak to students who are there not only to get a degree, but to get some help, some discipline, something that's going to guide them, not only in their discovery of the world and of civilization and all that, but also in reflecting on the predicament that they are in, both because of their crime and because of the circumstances that the prison offers them, which are not ideal for self-improvement. And I might mention, I was struck by what you said, Mr. Chairman, about what influences your mind right now about those funerals, of kids. What is haunting me is the way in which, at least the press, addresses the question of bullying. Because it looks like nobody has a word to tell the children about their conscience. And the place where you are meeting consciences right now, easily, is the prison. And that is something which has kept me going back there year after year after year. What I would like to suggest to the board is to keep meditating on 2 sentences that I jotted down while Arnie was speaking. One was toward the beginning, when the main thing was, the cost, the hurt to the family of his victim. My experience with students who are recovering from murders they seem to me to be really sustained by their victim, It's as if this person was like an angel sent by God, and to call him, to demand of him, to give him strength to make the progress. And one of them speaks as the process, he says, of developing remorse, which takes you in a positive way. Okay, so that's one sentence. And in this way, I am glad to see that the influence of Arnie extends to people who are guilty of victimless crime, the non-violent criminals who seem to deserve better treatment, than the violent criminals. But the other sentence was about that it is hard for the DOC to look at him as a good man. And that is something that you're caught in, maximally, whether when you talk about the reports or whatever else. You see, what I see as the only way in which the paroled person is going to be able to make it in our chaotic world is if they have been able to take initiative in the midst of the rules and regulations and cuts in programs and this and that, who take the initiative of doing good one way or the other. If they cannot start a program, then maybe they can talk to a fellow inmate during lunch or something on their floor, or something like that, which is clear. Arnie has been doing, kind of systematically. It's a way of life for him, and in this way, he is really a superb model. And there are two facts that as a sociologist I would really like to have, which is to know how many furloughs Arnie had as a first degree lifer. When was that also? In the 80s, I assume. How was he judged at that time by the DOC that he was a safe person to let out? Another thing which I think another fact that I would like to have is to know how many commutations were signed by governors in the 70s and the 80s. That's to say, how final, when you speak of finality, Mr. Michael, finality has been transformed, We don't have any more Pell Grants for prisoners and all kinds of, and there has not been, as far as I know, a limit to the number of times that the person can appeal, for commutation. After all, governors change, the politics evolve, there are all kinds of circumstances that can explain why commutation has been denied rather than accepted. That's about it. Thank you very much. No, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to work here.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Becky Thompson, and I've been the recent chair of Women's and Ethnic Studies at the University of Colorado, and I'm a professor of sociology at Simmons College, and an author of several scholarly books and a poet. My presence here today represents hundreds of people who have had the fortunate opportunity to know and work with Arnie King, whose freedom we all support.
As someone who teaches courses in ethics the law, and social justice. I have written and taught about how crucial it is for the criminal justice system to be able to show that rehabilitation is both possible and probable. Recognizing Mr. King as a man deserving of commutation is one means who've become realizing that there is room for supporting those who've become model citizens. In the end, no one benefits if commutation exists theoretically and then is not granted to deserving individuals. In the case of Mr. King, people on all sides wish for his release. Those who have benefited from his programs in prison, the correctional officers and inmates who have witnessed his kindness, and the countless individuals and organizations on the outside who look to him for leadership. In my particular case, for example, his release would enable me to ask him to speak in my courses on critical race theory, law and society, and social movements, and to work with the interns who fan out across Boston each semester with placements in community service organizations, and also to know my son and my daughter who would so benefit from his wisdom. Mr. King is the kind of man whom people want to be around, and I think this speaks to some of the questions that you've asked of him while he was testifying. His positive attitude, his humility, his willingness to support people through difficult times, his love for people, and his dedication to treating people with dignity and care are all qualities that infuse all of those who meet and work with him. It is contagious. This is one of the reasons Mr. King's commutation has been supported by such an impressive array of people. And this is why I did myself feel joy about coming here, just to see the people who he brings and who are part of his community. And also to meet with people again today who gave him a unanimous support the last time. Last, because I know your time is precious and we're all getting hungry. I was able to go to the last 3 commutation hearings to listen with standing room only in this room and in the overflow room as well, as Mr. King responded to the panel's questions and spoke directly to the family members who had lost their son. On each occasion, Mr. King's compassion and sincerity was palpable through the audience. The people in the audience could feel they're in the presence of a man who has become, for many of us, a true role model. With respect and a sense of hopefulness, I urge you to offer commutation to Arnold King. His release would benefit us all. Thank you for your time and your deep listening. Thank you.
Mr. King was called former city councilor Felix Arroyo, and while former city councilor Arroyo comes up, let me respectfully again remind the witnesses to try to be brief. We've run out of as much time as we can use and have to be as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Felix Arroyo. I want to be as brief as I can. And there is a lot of things that people already have testified on behalf of Mr. King. But I want to tell you, I today didn't have a ride and don't have a car. And it was getting late because I didn't know how often the train come here. And then they tell me, and I was there at 9 in the morning, they told me, well, the next one is at 11:06. And I said, oh my, I'm going to miss the hearing. But then I thought and I said to myself, I have been in the last 2 hearings. They'll be there. and you are. So I took the MBTA and I took a taxi to come here. And I took a day off. And many people that are here have done the same thing. I'm not a counselor any longer. I have a boss. And I have to ask permission to be here.
why we do this is very clear, I think, in my mind. The first time I have an opportunity to meet Mr. King, I came with his brother. And I was thinking in the car, I'm going to meet a prisoner, somebody who had killed somebody. I wonder how he reacts, how is he? I was surprised to find a very affable, calm, man in peace with himself, willing to share experiences that he have had, understanding that he have committed something that was horrendous and he could not really take back, able to feel that he could be, even within prison, without his liberty, he could be of help to young people. Now, I come from a community which main trouble is young people killing each other and killing others. And that is awful. But you know, if I stood in front of a group of young people who are rebel, they won't pay attention to me. If I'm introduced by Arnie King, and they know who Arnie King is, they listen more carefully. So we have a resource for wasting it at this stage, and we want that resource with us, because I know that it will help our community at this stage. It's as crucial as always, and it will continue to be so. Mr. King had shown his stability, his consistency, and his ability to help and make a difference. And again, I have heard somebody else said it already. If there are people who deserve an opportunity to go out there and make a difference in our communities, well, Mr. King is a high example of that. And I hope that you see the pragmatic value of giving him the opportunity to make that difference. He has a network of support out there, and we're not going to go away. Actually, we're looking for him to be part of a team to make a difference in our community with those young people who we don't want to be the next 17 years old Mr. King. And so thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Call Nancy Murray. I believe Michelle Smith is here for Mariama White-Hammond, and George Lee, please. And I'm going to make a request here of Michelle. I'm glad to see you, and I know you're here to present the statement in writing that Mariama has written, and I want the board to see you, but I think you should just submit the statement in writing, if you would, and then the board will have it. Okay. I appreciate your coming.
My name is Nancy Murray. I'm Director of Education at the ACLU of Massachusetts. I have testified here before in 2007, and because in the interest of time, I brought a statement, and I will put it before you. There are multiple copies, and I just really want them to say three things. One, I've known Arnie King since 1995. In fact, the program you'll hear more about, which Reverend Hammond talked about, was started in my office, and I was its first director, Project Hip Hop, and it was in that capacity that I came to know him. And all of what you've heard, I would totally affirm. I mean, people have said it so well about the kind of man this is, a man whose empathy really does shine out from him. I want to just say one thing in response to the question, why is the community here? And I can only, of course, speak for myself. The community of young people I used to represent through Project Hip Hop, but now just myself. For me, looking at the direction this country has moved in our prison building program, it's been one way only, it seems, as we become the country that incarcerates more people per capita than anywhere in the world. And I think the community wants to know that redemption remains an American value. The capacity capacity for rehabilitation and redemption is still part of our American landscape. And I think that's why people come, because they want that to be affirmed. That's certainly why I'm here. On a more prosaic level, I would say I know also a lot of people are very concerned about taxes. They're very concerned about our budget limitations, and the notion of incarcerating Arnie King for more than $1 million it's cost us so far. The thought of continuing to pay for him inside instead of allowing him to himself become a taxpayer and really support the common weal, the common good of the Commonwealth. I think the taxpayers of this Commonwealth would agree it is time to exercise that feeling, that value, recognition of redemption. Thank you.
My name is George Lee. I'm a youth outreach worker in Boston and former employee of Project Hip Hop as well as the City School, where I've been one of thousands of folks who've been blessed to participate and be touched by Arnie King. I went with a number of young people to visit him and other folks in Bay State Prison as part of the Prison's Voices program. I really appreciate the fact that people speak of the need to really know that after the cameras go out and that folks leave, that folks are still there to support family members of folks who've been lost to violence, and realizing that people have to be motivated to do the work without the reward of celebrity or fame. And I know for myself as an outreach worker, if I'm sitting with, say, a 19-year-old who gets out of prison and talking with them about getting into anger management or counseling or getting training, vocational training, there's not cameras around. We need people like that who are willing to do that work, and I think Arnie King is definitely one of those folks. When I went to Prison Voices program, I had heard a lot about him, but when I actually met him in person, he wasn't there to toot his own horn. He was there to support the young people there and to support the prisoners there in the program. I was very inspired by that. I also appreciate the difficult choice you have to make in terms of balancing, as you said, finality with other considerations. And I think as I think about that and some of what finality offers and what motivates it, a few questions come to mind. And one is Arnie King following the processes and the standards that are set in place? And he's not asking for anything outside of those standards or processes. He's following those processes. So I would say yes to that. I think second of all, will he live every day of his life knowing that he did something incredibly wrong? And will he live the rest of his life trying to make at least some amends to that by trying to save other lives and protect other people? And I think the answer is also very clear to that, yes. And if he gets a commutation and if he eventually does get paroled, will he be a betterment to society and to humanity? I think the answer is yes. I'm going to offer just give some picture of what happens inside the Prison Voices program that I've seen, because he makes an impact on a number of people, both the young people who come in to visit who are in desperate need of that support, as well as the men in prison who participate in the program. And so a lot of young people I know, they put up a very tough exterior because they go through a lot of pain, losing family members, substance abuse, going hungry at night, and instead of dealing with that pain in healthy ways, they deal with it in unhealthy and negative ways. And the remarkable thing I found about the Prison Voices program was that with Arnie's support, the men in that program are able to pierce through that shield, because the men who are incarcerated sometimes for a few years, sometimes for life, are able to share their own vulnerabilities and their own pain growing up. And so, whereas a young person out in the street has a very difficult time talking about how their mother might beat them at home or how they're struggling with the loss of their close friends, the men in the program talk about those experiences and explain how that suffering and pain led them to do negative things, but how that they still need to take responsibility and actually make positive choices based on that. So it helps young people realize how they need to open up about that and find support instead of letting that rage bottle up inside of them. As for the men in prison who are part of the program, the amount of reflection that they do as part of the program and self-growth, and you've heard about some of the stories from the folks who are here about how Arnie pushed them, what are you going to do when you get out, how are you going to continue doing this work, has been really powerful to see how they challenge themselves to grow, and the impact the young people that they work with inside of the program, but even outside of the program, again, when there's no visitors there, there's been prisoners who in that program will talk about how when they're in phone conversations or writing letters or talking with their little brothers and sisters and other people from the neighborhood who used to look up to them as the older folks who help run the different drug operations and so forth. Even outside of the program, they'll be trying to influence folks out in the neighborhood from within the prison walls. And that's so crucial because a lot of times as someone who's been working hard to try to stop violence, a lot of times people say we have to reach the people in prison. We have to continue to have influence on the people outside. And also when they get out of prison, we have to make sure that they've had enough mentorship inside prison walls so that when they get out, they continue to do positive instead of negative. So I do thank you all for your serious consideration in this case and do urge that you grant Arnie King commutation. He's made so much impact from inside prison walls, and I know he'll make much more if he's commuted and eventually paroled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As Seth Kirschenbaum and possibly others from the city school come up, are they here? I want to point out to the board that a person named Todd Fry was the founder of the city school back in 1995. He testified before the board at, I believe, the 2002 hearing. He intended to come today, could not make it. I don't know if you've gotten it yet, but he submitted a letter.
We received it, thank you.
To the board attaching his previous testimony.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seth Kirschenbaum. I'm the current executive director, co-executive director of the city school. I've worked there since 2003. And in 2009, when I became the executive director, one of the first things I did was said, we have a prison program where we take young people into prisons to speak with people in prison. We've taken, as George just mentioned, we've taken thousands of people over the years, and I'm sure Bedway, who is a former director of that program, will speak about that in more detail. One of the first things I did is I said, instead of going to Norfolk, Bay State, and Suffolk County House of Corrections, those are three choices from day one. I said, we're only going to Bay State because it's just exponentially more impactful because of Arnie King and the impact it has on the young people we take. And since I took over, we've only gone to Bay State. And I'm just going to share a story. I'm here because I think freeing or releasing, having Arnie King with us in the community, it's not just an addition to the community, it's a multiplication in the community or exponential increase in our ability to save lives. And I think it's that simple. Arnie King will save lives. I want to give a concrete example of two young men I worked with and brought to Bay State this fall, or it might have been winter. In every trip that we take maybe 10 to 20 young people. It's very hard to get the young people most in need of this experience to come to the prison. But we do get, every trip, we get some of the folks that we take are the folks that are like heading down the wrong path. Some of my language would be like future shooters, people currently engaged with stuff or just people on the pathway to do that. These two young men, it took me a while to get them into the program, and they finally did it, and they were very resistant during it, and Arnie has an ability to immediately zero in on the folks who most need that engagement, that transformative experience. And at the time we left, I remember we walked out of Bay City, and they were all like, talking tough and like, that's not me, whatever. But within a week, both of them changed. Both of them had been kicked out of two schools. The first school for dealing crack in the school, the second school for unarmed robbery within the school. and they were both currently not engaged in school in any way. And within 3 months, I would say, one of them sort of more the leader and the other was more the follower, if I could say it that way. Within 3 months, had re-engaged with the school process and had re-enrolled in the school, had taken up leadership in Youth Jobs Coalition, trying to get more jobs for young people as a anti-violence measure, and just similar things like that. And I'll just to say, like, the power that it had on those two individuals was amazing. The tragedy is that one of those young men was killed Memorial Day. The other young man is in court this morning in Boston for the unarmed robbery, actually, that happened in the school. And I say this not as an example of how these examples didn't work, but to say that it was too late. And it took too many barriers, and it took too much convincing and too much relationship building for me to get them to Bay State. And if Arnie is out, number one, Arnie, if you are interested, there'll be a job or volunteer opportunity, whatever you're interested at the city school. But more importantly, just wherever you're at, we would be able to get the small windows we have with the folks who most need it in front of Arnie, and he would be able to engage him in a way. And earlier, I forget who said, there's a lot of people who have come before you and who say they're going to profess to do good and then are released, and, look at the community is still the same. I think actually, I forget who said it, one of you said it.
It was me.
And I think that I work with many of those people, and some are more of them like Arnie, but there would be no one, and there's no one like Arnie out there. There's people who are good, there's people who we work with, there's people who inspire me, but there's no one that would be like Arnie to work with us out in the community on a regular basis. So with that, I just think it's really that simple for me. I'll end with that just to say, if Arnie is on the outside, it would just be an exponential increase in the lives we save.
Hello, my name is Bigwood Brown, and I'm currently a Boston public school teacher. I was a former director of a program over at the city school called Prison Empowerment Project, and also a musician who's been blessed and toured internationally. The first time that I met Arnie, and I'll just be brief, was around 6 to 7 years ago, and the reason I met him is because he got me a job. Didn't know him, he didn't know me, but he started a program called Prison Voices. And so this idea around violence prevention and working with youth, so the type of youth that would go there, the wayward youth that we talk about, but also, your academic elites. So folks who might, go to church every Sunday and get straight A's, they were all impacted in terms of through this experience, through Prison Voices. One thing that I felt is extremely important, especially about Arnie, is that he worked with prevention. Prevention is the most effective means in terms of stopping violence and increasing peace. One of the difficult things about prevention is it's extremely hard in terms of statistically to have data about that type of impact that it has. And I think that's why in terms of the people that are here, they're using the narratives to kind of highlight and to kind of color that aspect. So when people talk about Arnie, sometimes it's about Arnie King the man, but also I think about this thing what I call the Arnie factor, and it's kind of like Arnie King the ideals. And so what I consider the Arnie factor is somebody who's able to kind of change their life in terms of what it is that they were doing, taken away from the community, instead of being part of that problem, becoming part of that solution. And so the Arnie factor is something that I promote even within my classes. A quick example, yesterday, there's a term also used called bossing up. And so it's like when somebody does something, you need to make certain that you're taking accountability for the actions that you are doing. And you also need to think about how can I make this community a healthier place and a safer place for those involved. I work, and especially as a Boston public school teacher, I know folks know about the turnaround schools. There are all sorts of, we have in terms of a cross-section of the community that are present within our schools. It's interesting because I took the day off, and as I took the day off, as we're speaking right now, we're using Arnie King as a case study. And those case studies, because I teach history, in terms of themes around redemption, in terms of themes around violence and how people get over that, and being able to use somebody who's impacted so many people's lives in a positive way as well is an extremely powerful measure. And so I conclude pretty much just want to say a couple of things, right? So one is, I know there was a question in terms of life and the idea of the aspect of life. And I would say Arnie King knows the value of life. He has taken somebody's life. His life has been taken from the community in terms of being in prison for those actions that he has taken. The other thing I wanted to say was in terms of the idea of the concept about dreams. And I think, unfortunately, in our communities, a lot of people don't even have that opportunity to dream. Right? And so somebody who's incarcerated, what I call an entrepreneur, community activist, had that opportunity, had that ability to dream outside of prison walls. How can I help people? Because he can't change the people that he serves, but how can he help people? And so what I would say in conclusion is, I feel it's necessary for Arnie King to have a sense of community. We're already talking at my school in terms of ways, in terms of violence prevention, of how we can use people like Arnie King and people like Arnie King to work with some of the youth so we don't lose any more youth here on the streets of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jason Wyden and Aaron Tanaka, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First, thank you all for having us and having this hearing move forward. My name is Reverend Jason Lyden. I serve the Community Church of Boston, which is where the Through Barbed Wire program really grew into bringing the amazingness and the things that it has done of bringing voices of prisoners, people who are incarcerated, out, that their bodies are stuck behind the walls, but their voices still shape and change and inform and create who we are. That program started by Arnie King, connecting to my congregation. I have been there for 5 years, but the Community Church of Boston has been connected with Arnie well before I got there. People in the congregation who love and care about him. And my job as minister there is to nurture that relationship and to support that. And I've gotten to know Arnie because of that, and it's an incredible gift to me and to the Community Church of Boston, where he would, of course, be welcome at any time should he come back out into our community. These deaths that we've talked about in Mattapan, these brutal murders, included a young person who was part of a youth program that's based in my church. And these lives are essential to save, because life is sacred. John's life was sacred. Everyone in y'all's life is sacred. Arnie's life is sacred. And in my faith, we believe that Revelation is not yet sealed, that there is potential for transformation always, including Arnie's transformation from someone who did not necessarily connect to the idea of doing justice, loving mercy, and walking humbly as a teenager, but does so deeply now, and that he cannot bring back a life. He cannot do that. None of us can do that, and that loss is deep and great. But the possibility of him contributing even more than he already has gives me hope for my church, for my community that I serve, because we deeply need him, for a community throughout all of Boston that needs him to reach out to young folks, and for his family and for himself, that this is a possible opportunity for saving grace. And I think that this is an opportunity we cannot miss. And so I hope that, yet again, this board will give unanimous support, and I hope that it goes on from there. And then the idea of finality, I think that we will continue all to grapple with that finality actually in our culture isn't truly final, that there are options for transformation and change, and that our spiritual selves call us to that, and our concrete living does as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, good afternoon. My name is Aaron Tanaka. I'm the Executive Director at the Boston Workers Alliance.
The Boston Workers Alliance is a community organization based in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, and we serve under unemployed workers, and particularly people who have quarries as barriers to employment. So between 2005 and 2010, we helped lead a statewide campaign, as you all know, or are aware of, to reform the quarry system and work closely with Secretary Heffernan and EOP staff to really promote the idea that rehabilitation and redemption is something that is possible and that should be celebrated. The quarry reforms that are going into effect will not necessarily have an impact on Arnie himself. There were exceptions for those laws for people who have committed homicide. And so I come to speak here, though, in the notion that Arnie actually is one who will also advance a broader framework of what we're talking about when we're pushing for quarry reform, that Arnie, although he doesn't benefit from the laws, will help really advance those laws and the intent behind them, the public will that was demonstrated in giving people a second chance. In particular, I want to say that there are many, many people in my organization who are really on the edge, where the economy is obviously desperate. There's so much violence in the community, and people are in a crisis situation in many ways. And it was very interesting to learn that Abergal, who spoke earlier, he's someone who's been connected with us. I consider him to be one person who's a great example, who helps pull people back from that edge. And for me to learn that actually Abergal was so deeply impacted by Arnie, I think speaks to the deep impact that Arnie has on the community in ways that we're not even aware of, that really in many ways, many roads lead back to Arnie. And as you're sitting here and hearing these testimonies, I hope that you can see the deep potential that giving Arnie commutation could have on impacting our communities. I think that people have spoken to his character, his sense of remorse, and deep commitment to rehabilitation and the work that takes on himself, and I won't go too far into that. So I would just say that I really commend the enlightened decision of the past Commutation Board to grant unanimous commutation, and I deeply urge the new members also to stay in the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last three witnesses, Miriam Ortiz, Diane Zimbabwe, and I'm not sure whether Barbara King and Danny King are coming up. Okay, I'm going to go over here straight. Good time.
Members of the board, my name is Diane Zimbabwe. I'm an artist, an educator, a community resource. I'm here before you today because of my commitment to the permanent release of Arnold King from prison. I work with children, teens, and adults from all strata of this society, and I must say that my work has improved greatly in the past 3 years since my friendship with Arnie began. My work as a guest speaker on behalf of Arnie's Commutation project is opening doors of communication and collaboration across the city of Boston, including UMass Professor Robert Garofalo's media literacy class last Thursday. Professor Garofalo, who was Arnie's PhD sponsor and had lined up courses for Arnie to teach at the university, has testified at all of his prior hearings and wants you to know that he supports Arnie now as much as ever. Doors also opened recently at Simmons College Professor Becky Thompson's social justice course, last month in fact. Professor Thompson, who's also a speaker here today, generously granted me 30 minutes of class time, and as well a sociology intern named Sarah Herman, who was helping me with the Commutation Project's many responsibilities, and she's here today. My involvement in Arnie's Through Barbed Wire community service program is allowing me to witness the value of the work he is doing in my community. The program began 4 years ago at the Community Church of Boston with Andrea Hornbeam as program coordinator. In 2008, while Susan Mortimer was coordinating the program, I presented myself for the first time. leading a visual arts workshop. My role in the program has since expanded to where I am this year coordinating Fourth Friday prisoner poetry reading workshops at Dimmock Community Detox Program in Roxbury. These monthly workshops, which were made possible by Dimmock board member Virginia Knight, are drawing a consistently positive response from the center's administrators and clients alike, and clearly show Arnie's capabilities to work with focus, grace, and determination in order to help people in a rehabilitative and educational setting. Right now in my community, I can see Arnie helping adults, teens, and children who are willing to accept his gifts, because this is the work he chose to do during his time in prison. Upon his release and subsequent employment as a licensed professional counselor at a treatment center or school, the number of people Arnie will help and inspire by way of his exceptional care will increase exponentially. Therefore, I urge you to vote unanimously in favor of Arnold King's petition for commutation of sentence for the sake of the vulnerable people, youth through elders, whose lives are at stake as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Ortiz, and I have been a friend of Arnie King since 2003. I am also the executive director for the Boston Parent Organizing Network in Boston. Today I want to express my support for Arnie and request that you grant him a favorable recommendation so that his skills and charisma can be placed at the disposal of the many parents and students that would benefit from his experience. Providing support. Since 1999, BPUN has been providing support for families of Boston Public School students to advocate for better schools and services for their children. Over the last few years, we have shifted to a membership structure, and we now provide support for parents and students to develop organizing and advocacy skills. Our intergenerational approach to school reform in Boston and our track record of true grassroots community organizing have allowed us to gain national recognition. BPUN has earned the respect of communities of color and of child advocacy organizations through our local and statewide campaigns. The BPUN organizational membership is led by people of limited income, members who are ethnically, racially, and culturally diverse, some immigrants, some parents of children with special needs, and some who were marginalized as BPS learners themselves. The process of organizing parents and students for school reform requires a lot of patience and a deep understanding of the social fabric of our inner city struggles. Organizers find themselves on many occasions providing support to parents and students in ways that a social clinician or a counselor would. Good listening is of the essence, as well as having a non-judgmental attitude at all times. Organizing is about reaching out to individuals who feel isolated in their own problems and helping them understand that their issues are connected to a bigger picture. Only after you earn their trust can you then talk about organizing them. In my role as executive director of BPUN, I must find individuals with the right skills to carry out our vision of engaging parents and students for school reform. Currently, there are close to 56,000 students in Boston Public Schools, of which close to 85% are students of color. Some high schools have dropout rates of as much as 25%, and others have graduation rates of less than 60%. Arnie King is already an asset to our organization because on many occasions I've been able to sit down with him and talk about issues affecting our constituents. And Arnie has provided guidance and advice on how to help parents and students. his strength for overcoming the adversities and challenges he was faced show us that he has a great spirit. Students of color and the staff who is trying to understand the issues affecting them can benefit from Arnie's experiences. Young men of color in our inner cities need Arnie and the example he has set as an inspiration and living proof that they can too overcome their adversities. Our communities need more dedicated adults like Arnie working with youth at risk and their families. BPON is looking forward to his release to provide him a job opportunity where he can use his counseling skills and help to carry out our vision to form an intergenerational force for school reform in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the chair and members of the board. We're going to be the briefest. You deserve someone to be brief. We speak on behalf of the King family, my sister Marva and I. And we addressed the board, I think, in 2007. So I think that's a record. Today, we come before you on behalf of our mother, Mary King, who's close to 80 years old, and the members of the King family. 5 of Arnold's brothers and sisters are in this room today. And the first thing we'd like to do on behalf of our family is speak to the Lavinier family and to let them know, as we did in 2007, that the remorse not only is with Arnie, it's also with the entire family. This is something that the entire King family has had to deal with since 1971. Arnie is not the only one that has had to deal with this burden. We've had to deal with it also. I was a 16-year-old kid at the time, a teenager. Myself, 2 years younger than Arnie. You know, our family has prayed, not just before the new family, over the years. It's not just before when we come before the parole board or the advisory board that we say that we care about the family. We have prayed for them. We share in their loss, of course not to the extent of the pain that they feel. But we pray for their peace. We pray for their comfort. We pray for their healing. And we also pray that in the hopes that one day they will be able to forgive our brother for the horrible act that he committed as a teenager. But we want it to be a record today that they're constantly in our prayers and will continue to be. We also like to thank the advisory board for the unanimous decision that they reached in 2007. Because we know the work that you do is professional in nature. It's sometimes gut-wrenching. And we appreciate the time, the consideration that you take. Of course, Arnie has been in front of the advisory board several times. And so we would just say that we appreciate, the time that you take, the consideration that you take, and we would also ask that you would consider, the decision that was reached in 2007, along with the testimony that's been here today, and we hope that decision now will also be favorable. The last thing I want to talk about is a personal comment. A lot has been said and talked about the character and the development, the self-development of Arnie King over the years. Well, I can speak to it, my sister can speak to it personally because we were raised with Arnie King. There was a couple of years there where Arnie King went bad, but he was pretty solid all the way through the elementary years too. A person that was able to accomplish all he accomplished afterwards had to have a strong upbringing to be able to do that. And he strayed from that upbringing for a short period of time in his life. Of course, he was a teenager at that time. And I'm not making an excuse for that. But I want the comment that I want to say to the board is that from the family perspective, what is he to us? He's our voice of reason. That's what Arnie King is to us. You know, I mean, I see the outpouring of support, and I can understand it because I know what he's been to us. He's got 3 younger brothers in this room, me being the oldest of the younger ones. And none of those brothers have ever been arrested for anything. None of those brothers have ever done a day in jail. None of those brothers have ever crossed the law in any capacity. And that's because of the example that we have in him. The example is not do as he did. The example that he always gave us is never do what I did. Always strive to do something different. I spoke in 2007 and informed the board that I'm a 1979 graduate from Boston University School of Management. I also have a master's degree in counseling. You know, I've been an elder in the church. I created and was the founder and executive director of That Promise Youth Foundation in Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia, dealing with at-risk youth. A lot of the things that we do in those programs, Arnie King is influencing that. And he's influencing it from behind bars because we constantly are in support of my brother. We're constantly up and down the highway. It's a 6 to 8 hour drive, but it doesn't stop us from coming to visit him. A lot of times we don't come to visit him. We say we're coming to visit him to support him, but in the end, it's him supporting us because he's our counsel when we're having marital problems in our relationships, in our families, when we're having conflict in the family. He's the source of, he's our strength of reason. And I just want the board to know that this doesn't just extend to the outer community. This is family too. And this family runs deep. You know, I was married to a lady in Boston, so my connections with Boston are in the Boston communities are also still there. I'm really good friends with Dr. Reverend Ray Hammond and also the other minister that spoke today. So we're active even in the churches in this community. I want to thank the board, and I know Arnie will be too. So I just want to thank the board for the time, the consideration. We appreciate everything that you have to do and you have to consider, and we thank you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just want to say one thing, even though Danny took my time. He did take my time, but and he said everything I wanted to say, so it's ditto. But what I wanted to say, and I've thought about this, and I've said this every time I spoke in front of you, and every time since John's sister-in-law I was aware of her coming to the commutation hearings. So ever since John Levin, our sister-in-law, has been coming, I've always wanted, and I've always felt that I needed to offer this invitation when she's ready to come and sit down and have a cup of tea. Just have a cup of tea so we can talk. Because what Danny said is true. The life Arnold took affected us all of us. And it matters that we heal together. And I just wanted to let her know that on the record. And I think I said something last time. I can't remember what I said. But it was similar. Because I want her to know that. And the final thing is that I could not be where I am today if it wasn't for my brother Arnold. I am on my way, hopefully by May, to graduate with a PhD. And the kind of work that I do is in community organizing. I help disadvantaged communities find their way. Every time I would talk to my brother, he installed in me and just gave me the confidence to keep going. And if you read all my past records, I mean, you have to know my history. I came out of a domestic violence marriage at the age of 28. And I started school at the age of 28, started college at the age of 28. And I would not have come this far in life if it wasn't for Arnold. I just wanted to let you know that. It's a different story than my brothers tell, but it's a story. Thank you.
Thank you.
have any more evidence to introduce right now. I know that it's been the practice of the board to leave open a period of time following the public hearing for the submission of additional evidence.
Yes.
And if that's still the practice, we may have something additional.
Sure. We'll leave the record open for at least 2 weeks. And at this time, for the presence of the board, I would hope that everybody could be patient, specifically the Lavanaro family. We just need to take a quick break. Yes, we are. Yeah, go back. Okay. That's right.
There's 3 individuals here who would like to provide testimony today. The first will be Lynn Lavanara. She is the sister-in-law of John.
Good afternoon, Chairman Conrad and members of the parole board.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'm going to read a statement because sometimes I get too emotional.
Sure.
And I'm not here for revenge. I know Mr. King looked at faces and thought we were here for revenge, but we're not here for revenge. I want to open it up by talking about John.
Sure.
John Lavanara was 26 years old and had a promising future ahead of him when he was murdered in Boston the day he learned he passed the bar exam. John was published in the Law Review 3 times before he graduated from law school. He left politics and actively worked and supported candidates running for public office. John was bright, sincere, well-liked, and a dedicated and loving son and brother. He worked hard because he wanted to give back to society, but because of Mr. King's choices, John's life and promising future was taken from us. I write this letter to inform the parole board of the wishes of the entire Lavanara family, and there are many of us, although we're not here, for John's missed letter. For the murder of our son, brother, brother-in-law, cousin, nephew, uncle, and friend. This is Mr. King's 7th request to be paroled. And again, the Lavanara family pleads that you respect and honor the life of John Lavanara. Mr. King said that he wanted to honor John's life. We will never forget who we have lost. Why is the voice of the criminal heard so loudly? Because he has the opportunity to change his life in prison. But the voice of the victim is paled by the overstated accomplishments of Mr. King. What Mr. King feels he can contribute to society if allowed to be set free pales in comparison to what John Lavanara could have accomplished if he was allowed to live. Mr. King murdered another human being. We are accountable for our actions. We must respect life and the rights of our citizenry. Allowing Arnold King, a first-degree murderer, sentenced to life without parole, out of his sentence will feed the roots of anarchy. Laws hold us responsible for our actions. Mr. King is now obeying the law in prison. He did not obey the law when he was free to do so. He was given a second chance with his first parole. Our family does not want his sentence commuted. I'm not here for revenge. I'm here for justice. Please let justice be served. The crime deserves the punishment. And I just want to say one other statement because I've been thinking about everything that was said here today. I was in the courtroom during this trial, and I was young and devastated about everything that was happening. And after the trial, and the jury had come in and was about to come in, or around that time, the district attorney met with my mother-in-law and my husband and myself and explained what sentences could be given to Mr. King. And at that time, there was a death penalty in Massachusetts. And the attorney explained to my mother-in-law that he could have sentenced to death and he would die, or he could have a life sentence in prison on first-degree murder without parole.
And my mother-in-law cried. And she said, I can't have another death associated with this. But if you can tell me that Mr. King will stay in prison for his life with no parole, then that gives me solace. I don't know why this has to keep happening. But if I have to, I will still keep coming. Because I remember John. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The family has asked that I read 2 statements on their behalf.
Dear honorable members of the Massachusetts Parole Board, my name is Julie Labanara. I am the niece of John Labanara, the victim. I am writing a letter in strong opposition of granting the commutation of Arnold King. I was at the last parole hearing for Mr. King. I heard all of the questions and the answers and what people in support of him had to say. As a member of the victim's family, I would like to voice how we feel. The evening that Mr. King took the life of my Uncle John, his vicious and cold actions left a close-knit family forever devastated. Since that day, the lives of his mother, brother, sister-in-law, who was pregnant with me at the time, and those who were blessed to know him were changed forever. I do not understand how any of Mr. King's accomplishments are benefiting anyone other than himself. Mr. King has proven that he has the intelligence to accomplish all that he has in prison, which gives me the idea that he should have had a good understanding of right from wrong at the age of 18. I believe that the state of Massachusetts has set up a structured system that tells me personally it is working. If Mr. King is now following the rules that were set up for him 37 years ago, and that he is remorseful for the crime he committed, isn't that why we incarcerate criminals? I, as well as many others, feel Mr. King is lucky to be where he is, and we will not rest until we know he stays there. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Julie Labanara. This next statement is from Krista Labanara, who is also a niece of the victim, John Labanara. At the age of 2 of the parole board. John Labanara was my uncle who was murdered at the age of 26 years old by Arnold King. My uncle was a promising young man with such a bright future ahead of him. He was the only sibling to my father, and my father never got over his murder. My grandmother, Margaret, lost my grandfather at a very young age when John was only 2 years old. She lost her husband so young and raised 2 small boys all alone, and then had her child taken from her in such a vicious way. John was a very intelligent man, and although he was murdered before I was born, I have heard many amazing stories about him, and he was admired by all. He graduated from Belmont High School, Boston University, and Suffolk Law. He was an aide to Mayor White back then, also a member of the National Guard. My grandmother and father were so proud of all of John's accomplishments. He gave so much to all, and his life was taken from him before we had a chance to see how far he would go. John was out celebrating his passing of the bar examination the night Arnold King killed him. He really wanted to be a successful lawyer and continue to give back to the community. John left behind my grandmother, Margaret, and my father, Frederick, and mother, Lynn Labanara. He had many cousins and loved ones that he was very close to, and they have never gotten over this. He left behind nieces and nephews that never had the opportunity to meet our uncle and to see what a wonderful man he really was. We are saddened as we have only heard stories. We never got the chance to know for ourselves. My grandmother grew up living in our household. I would often be woken up by her crying late at night, asking God why he had to take her baby away. Sadly, it was Arnold King who took her baby away from her. My father never got over it either. He would talk a lot of how he missed his brother and the guilt he felt. He wished he would have told his brother to stay home that night John passed the bar exam. He wished he never gave him money to go out with his friends to celebrate. My father also told me before he passed, always, no matter what, fight my hardest to keep Arnold King in jail for the murder of my uncle. I feel that even though Arnold King murdered my uncle at a young age, he is still a cold-blooded killer. A killer is a killer. He did not care or have any conscience when he took my uncle's life that night for drug money. Let's look deeply into this. He needed money for drugs and shot my uncle in the head in order to get it. I don't care how rehabilitated he or anyone else thinks he is. He took my uncle's life. He could do it again if he was released. I don't care if it was so many years ago. A person that took another person's life has something in their brain wrong with them. My uncle didn't even do anything wrong. He was just trying to go home, and then he gets shot in the head and killed. What is wrong with this picture? I am very scared of the safety of my family if Arnold King is released. What if he tries to come after us? I'm very upset that we have to write letters to keep him in jail. He committed murder in first degree at that. What is a life sentence if the sentence is commuted? I can't express enough how scared I am about the possibility of his release. It scares me to think he was out on parole 2 days before killing my uncle. I feel he is only doing things to rehabilitate, to get out on the streets, and I don't trust him. My uncle never had the chance to live his life. Mr. King has had the opportunity to live his life, and my uncle was robbed of that. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts sentenced Arnold King to life without the chance of parole. It sickens me that a cold-blooded killer would even be considered to have his sentence commuted. Where is the justice for my uncle? Arnold King needs to stay in jail until he dies. He took my uncle's life randomly for drug money. So selfish. He needs to complete his sentence, as my uncle never had the opportunity to live his life. Please, please, please do not let Arnold King out. He must remain in jail for the rest of his life. He so senselessly took that night.
Do we have copies of those letters?
I believe you do.
We do. Okay, great.
Our final speaker is the Deputy Chief of the Homicide Unit at Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, Michael Lee.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Conrad, members of the advisory board, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. Again, my name is Mark Lee. I'm the Deputy Chief of Homicide with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, and my purpose in being here today is to say some words on behalf of the Labanara family, as well as the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, and to very respectfully but very adamantly oppose Mr. King's commutation petition. I'm entering my 20th year as a prosecutor, and I've investigated over 100 murder cases. When I was asked to review this file, I looked at it, and I have to say that the facts of the case are among the worst I've ever seen. That's not rhetoric, it's not prosecutorial rhetoric, it's simply the truth. Today, what I've heard in the hearing is a lot about change, transformation, and there's absolutely plenty of evidence of that. Mr. King's actions since the time he committed this horrific crime have been beyond commendable. That said, there is something that will not change today, hasn't changed since October of 1971, and will never change, and that's the nature of the crime that he committed. You definitely don't need to hear the facts of the case again. You've heard them over and over again. You certainly don't need to hear me tell you how bad they are, but the nature of the crime, the unprovoked nature, the brutality, the impetuous nature of the crime is unspeakable. And the reason I say that is this. With the passage of time, what Mr. King did in 1971 begins to become more and more of a distant memory. Each time this hearing convenes, each time you hear the facts of the case, it's something that you've heard before, with no change. On the other hand, what you hear every time is fresh. It's Mr. King did this, Mr. King did this, Mr. King did that. For the Labanara family, that's a rigged game. That's a rigged game. And I excuse the board to please do not lose sight of the facts of this case, the nature of this case, and what happened. It's so easy to under these circumstances because you hear it all the time. It becomes white noise. It's not white noise to the Labanara family. And for them, it's as fresh today as it was October 19th, 1971. That is the reason why Mr. King's commutation petition should be respectfully denied. Balance protest against that is what we heard today. I didn't know Mr. King until, quite frankly, several months ago. I didn't know the Labanara family until several months ago. What I heard today from the people who spoke on Mr. King's behalf is unbelievable. His accomplishments are amazing. He's clearly taken his life under control and done the things that anyone would expect somebody to do in his situation. Sadly, it doesn't always happen that way, but he's done it. That said, people have come up here and presented to you evidence of that so that they could perhaps convince you that his reward, his recognition, should be liberty. Members of the board, what he went through, the transformation, the self-awareness, that is his reward. That's his reward. The process of discovering who he is, the process of stepping out and helping those throughout the criminal justice system, those people who are at risk on the outside, those people who are at risk on the inside, that's his gift. That's what he's received. From the age of an 18-year-old person addicted to drugs and alcohol, who apparently didn't have a care in the world, to somebody now who's helping everyone, that's the gift he's received. I suggest to you, members of the board, that liberty is not the gift he should be receiving. Clemency, executive clemency, is to be used in rare and exceptional circumstances. Perhaps no rarer and exceptional than the violence that he visited upon John Labanara on the night of October 19, 1971. Clearly, what he did to that young man is as rare, is as exceptional in its horror and violence as what he's done in prison to help himself and help others. So I would suggest to you that liberty is not what he deserves. What he deserves is continued opportunity to help from where he is, continued opportunity for outreach and ministry. He clearly has made unbelievable strides. He is wildly successful at what he does. That is not to suggest, however, that he has the right now to do that outside the prison walls. And while I commend everyone for coming in here today and speaking on his behalf, indeed, if issues, I would have done the same thing. Those are two different issues. And I would respectfully request this board not to lose sight of that. As big a loss as Mr. King has suffered and Mr. King's family has suffered, it is not even in the same ballpark as the loss that the Labanara suffered. I can say that from having spoken to Ms. Labanara. I can also say that from having practiced criminal law for 20 years and trying murder cases for the last 15. Not even close. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask you one question. You mentioned you prepared for the hearing today, obviously, and looked at the case in the course of that. Do the transcripts from the sentencing hearing survive, do you know?
The files that I had did not have transcripts from the trial or the sentencing hearing.
Thank you very much.
That concludes opposition testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, Mr. King. So, Mr. King, you or your attorneys have a closing statement.
Mr. Conrad, we're not going to take that much time, but Ms. Burnham and I are actually going to
each give a brief closing. Mr. King has something that he's prepared as well. We will be brief, I promise.
Very good.
Again, I thank you for allowing this hearing to include the many voices of our community. In the past 18 years, I've appeared before this advisory board, and each time, this being the fifth, has been a real learning experience for me and hopefully for many others. 3 years ago, I sat in this chair, reading my statement and experiencing an assortment of emotions while displaying anxiety, nervousness, and some perspiration. Not much has changed today. 3 years ago, I answered questions and shared my hopes, dreams, and reality with members of the advisory board and the listening audience in both rooms. As you can imagine, I was very pleased with the unanimous vote of the board and very humbled by the statement in the 2007 opinion, quote, "In short, the board is of the opinion that Mr. King may very well prevent future crime by his outreach work in the community," unquote. That's on page 40 of 41. 3 years later, and I'm committed to moving this process along. I believe this petition can prevail and that we join others, many in this room, to make the neighborhood a safer place. People in my age bracket are retiring now, and I need to retire this crime number, W33734, and find a real job with rewards, benefits, and compensation. I'm even more prepared now to lose this change and be in a position to be a contributor to a community setting. I hope and pray that this honorable advisory board will continue to vote positively on the petition and forward another unanimous recommendation to Governor Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. King does not represent a movement or a cause. The people that have testified before the hearings and throughout all the hearings, public hearings, throughout the submission of all the letters, have not been supporting him because he represents some kind of a political movement. Almost every one of the people who testified today and who have testified at the previous hearings, and I've been present with and trying to help Mr. King for every single public hearing that has been held before the parole board back all the way to 1992. And I knew Mr. King for 19 years before 1992. I know him well. The supporters who have presented their testimony today and who have submitted petitions and letters on his behalf are much more friends than they are supporters. Because they're friends, they're supporters. It's difficult to go through these hearings and expect that words can accurately and realistically and effectively convey the kind of themes that this board has to deal with. So I like to try to focus in on more the anecdotal nature of things. For instance, the testimony of Abigail Forrester, who served time as a young man with Arnie, and you could tell from his passion and from what he had to say what kind of person Arnie King has become. It's those kinds of anecdotes that I think are very profound and should be very persuasive to the board. And I want to go back and remind the board of some testimony similar to what Abigail described that occurred in 2007 when
somebody had been associated with the city school came up. She said, "Hello, my name is Amma. I used to be the manager of the prison empowerment project from the city school that was formed as a result of the Prison Voices program." And she brought and talked about bringing hundreds of young people out to participate in the program. And she talked about the makeup of the people that she brought out, that there were kids there who were clearly on the road to success, education. There were kids there, it was the last place they wanted to be. And she observed right from the start when she brought the kids to the Prison Voices program that Arnie would survey the crowd, survey the kids who were attending, and would invariably focus in on the kid who clearly was the one who least wanted to be present. He would zoom in on the kid, and when the time was appropriate, he would try to draw the kid out, the young person out. And sometimes it involved minutes of awkward silence. But eventually, invariably, the young person would start to speak. Alma then switched the scene from the Prison Voices program out at Bay State and the program room and talked about, here she was, it may have been her first year teaching high school in the South Bronx. And in her class, she's checking out the kids, and there's a kid named George. And she could just see that George did not want to be there, did not like her. And something instinctual happened with Amma. She just focused in on George. She was in his face. She was confronting him. She was riding him. And eventually, at the end of the story, Amma simply said, "George graduated this year." And you could tell from how profound and passionate Amma was, how much pride she took in the efforts that she took and how it was rewarded, and how George was on his way. And she specifically pointed out that she learned from Arnie's self-development, her own self-development, from her along the same lines. And it was clear from her testimony how passionate she was about being a teacher and how dedicated she was, that she was going to be teaching for a while. And it was clear also that you could know that younger teachers, others would come to her looking for advice. And she would give advice that is the kind of advice and teaching that she had obtained by her experience with Arnie. Some people have used the phrase exponential in the course of their testimony today. And I think that that's what Arnie King represents, is the exponential expansion of the positive influence that he has on people and the lessons that people derive from their contact with him. One other anecdote, and I'll stop. 2007, the board issues its unanimous recommendation. We've been through and heard from Deval Patrick about the basis of his campaign of hope and redemption and change. And we're feeling optimistic that this is Arnie's time. And of course we know what the governor did, and he rejected the recommendation. And I got to say, I had the unpleasant task of having to go out to Bay State and tell Arnie about the governor's decision. And I was amazed at how stoical Arnie was. I was a wreck. Arnie was cool. And we talked for a while, and we talked about the need to just go on. And I'm not back in Arnie's room. I'm not there knowing when he's alone with his thoughts what's happening. He had to have been incredibly disappointed and and upset. But I think a lesson from what happened following that setback, which could easily have been devastating, was not devastating at all. Arnie was dedicated to the course that he had set out upon for himself. He didn't act out. He didn't get angry. He remained solid and determined and steady. His program involvement remained the same. He maintained the relationships that he had with the people that he had for that period of time and developed new ones since then. And I think that is a very telling example of the kind of character that Arnie King is and how steady he is and how he poses no risk to anybody. He is a dependable person. I wrote this, so I'm going to read the last part. Arnie is solid. He is determined, passionate, and kind. All those qualities and many more go into proving how much value he could add by his presence in the community outside of prison. We hope you all recognize that and take the first step in this four-step process towards maximizing the contributions it turns out Arnie King was born to make. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Could you speak into the mic? Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Conrad and members of the board. I know it was morning when we started this hearing, and I know that, like all of us, you're anxious to get on with the day. So I will be very brief. I've been here before this board. I was before this board in 2004 on Mr. King's behalf, and it is my honor to be here again. My name, as I said, my name is Margaret Burnham. I teach law at Northeastern University School of Law, and like all of us who are here supporting Mr. King, we're here. We're taking a day off from what it is we usually do. We're not being compensated for this. We're not signing on to any fan club. We're doing this because he is the man that he is, and this is the time that it is. That's what brings us here. It's not any kind of cynicism, and again, I'm responding to Mr. Michael's view that maybe supporters, and way we should take the presence of all of his supporters as something that Mr. King himself would misinterpret and consider to be, a recognition of him as a big man. The opposite is absolutely the truth. We've come time and time again because we believe in this man, and we believe in the possibilities of redemption. And I want to speak to you like a lawyer for just a moment and say that your job is different. We have in our system a judiciary which passes on cases, and then we have executive authority. And the point of the authority of the executive is to use the kind of wisdom and judgment and knowledge of the law, and if I may say so, grace, that the executive can bring on a situation after it has been through our courts. That's a process that has been handed down over generations. It came to us from the English common law when it was the job of the king, the executive, to review decisions made by the judiciary and determine whether a different course might be taken over time. That's what we inherited as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's in our Constitution. It's in our statute. In our statute books. It's why you are here, to exercise the discretion that you have under the guidance of the statute to determine whether this particular person has made extraordinary strides and deserves commutation. So our lawmakers, our constitutional framers have considered the question of finality. And they have determined that, yes, a court can sentence to life without parole, but an executive can grant clemency and can grant commutation. We're here in a legal proceeding. We're here to be governed by that law. And I speak specifically to Mr. Archila because I understand the point you raised earlier about isn't a life sentence a life sentence, and also to, with all due respect, also to Mr. Michael, because you both have raised the same point. And I simply want to suggest that this is your legal obligation, is to review this case and to determine, as prior boards have done, to apply your best judgment and determine if commutation is...
To be clear, ma'am, there's no one is questioning the right of Mr. King to ask for clemency, and no one is questioning the authority of the board to grant clemency. The only point I asked Mr. King to respond to was, is there a social value in finality at some stage? How does that value offset against other values?
Thank you.
That was not, you're sort of mischaracterizing
I didn't mean to.
Point, but you just made it crystal clear. That was the question that I was asking.
No, I didn't mean to mischaracterize it. I don't want to call. It's too late in the day for that. My point is simply this. That judgment about finality was made by our constitutional framers and by our lawmakers. They are the ones who said that individuals are entitled, and it has been debated for the 40 years that I have been a lawyer and a judge in this Commonwealth and a voter. That issue has been debated. And at this point, as we sit here today, the die is cast on the side of executive authority to review a record and determine there is no such thing as life in prison without any consideration of clemency. That's simply my point. I'm not trying to quarrel. I'm certainly not trying to quarrel or get anyone up there angry. I'm just suggesting that is that's the law of the Commonwealth, and that is...
Ma'am, you're not getting anybody angry. Okay, so please.
So I do want to just address two other issues, and then I will be quiet. On the question the member Munoz and others have properly raised, as have other members of this board, the question of Mr. King's disciplinary record. I appreciated the exchange between of him on that point and your probing questions of him. And I wish to remind the board that in addition to the disciplinary record, which is before you, Mr. King received a number of furloughs, about 25 furloughs. Those are highly rule-bound proceedings. We no longer have them in our current system. But back in the day, when I was a lawyer and a judge, prisoners were allowed to go into our communities and meet their loved ones. And they left at a certain time, sharp, and they returned at a certain time, sharp. And if they deviated from those rules, they were denied opportunities to return. Mr. King abided by those rules to the T, so much so that he was allowed to be released and to do his work outside of the prison walls on 25 occasions. So I ask you, those of you who are new to this record, to consider that as well as you think about whether he can abide by rules that seem silly or sticky or minor, whether he can do that, because obviously that is something that should be of concern to you as he, we hope, makes a transition from where he is. And I think I have made the points that I do want to make. I just want to leave this in the good judgment that the law has confided in all of you, and to recognize that this is not an easy call, and to recognize, as others have, the pain of the Labanara family and the arguments made by Mr. Lee. But I would also say that the flip side of those arguments, as Mr. Lee himself suggested, Mr. Lee himself used the terms he's made extraordinary strides. And that is the standard that got us here. I think his words were unbelievable strides. And where that happens, the law punishes, but the law also promises. The law punishes when you do something wrong. And when you do something that is called for by the law, like make unbelievable strides, if we don't recognize that part of the law, then we diminish its power and effectiveness for all of us. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we close, do any of my board members have any other questions?
I actually would like to say something. Mr. King, I saw you last time in 2007. You got a unanimous vote, so you can figure out how I voted. And I don't see a lot that would change this time. So let me just put the cards out where they are. As you probably know, this board sits in here as lifers once a week. No one has come to the hearings with the amount of support that you had. For a while there, I was feeling like they were making you out to be a rock star. That they were. I'm not saying that you were asking them to do that, but that's exactly what it sounded like to me. What it sounded like, fame and celebrity. And that began to bother me, so that I needed to differentiate you and that. And I think I'm pretty settled on that. So the reason I wanted to bring this up now at this meeting is for all of you who got up here and spoke in favor of Mr. King, and, I can use some words that were used. There's no one like Arnie. People in the congregation they love and care about. Like there's no one else in the world behind him. I would like you to take just a little bit of the time and energy that you put into Mr. King and put it into some of the other inmates that don't have you to support them. Because Mr. King is a good example of your support. He's not a rock star. I don't think you want to be a rock star, sir. But that certainly is the impression that came across to me anyway. And it made me stop and think a little bit. So my hope is that you can give a little to some of the other men and women that need it so badly. So that's it. Thank you for hearing me.
I could just add.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah, I do provide the people that are interested in giving that support. There's a list of them that are in need of support in the prison system.
That would be just great.
Yeah, they're definitely. So I appreciate your comments.
Rockstar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before we close the hearing, I too just want to make a brief statement, and it's going to be brief. I just want to thank everybody that came out. Not just me, I have to speak on behalf of my board. We have a unique privilege to be up here, and as it is, this is the opportunity for us really to make a decision. That's the fascinating part about being on the board. We are decision makers, and we have to take everything into account. And as I stated from the beginning, this weighs heavy on my mind. These decisions are not easy. And the whole rehabilitation process is something that we all can learn from, be it from the victim side or the person that is the actual person that made the decision to take someone's life. And so I just want to thank everybody that came here today. And I want to thank especially the Lamanama family for listening to all the support from Mr. King. And I know that it is difficult for you to do so. It still remains. There's a life that has been taken. And we are now in a position, after this hearing, to make a decision if this moves forward to the next step. So, and I say this with all consciousness, this is really the last bastion of community justice. Each of us that sit on this board, we have to make our own decisions. We have to make and weigh on our own decisions of what's going to happen here, Mr. King. But I will say this, that you have done some exceptional things while you've been in prison, and I hope you to continue to do so. So thank you all. If everybody else can remain seated while the board is escorted out.